Standing by.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Complete.
Step into adventure, maniacs and superstars. The multi-dimensional portal is open. Konnichiwa, I am your superstar host, the multi-dimensional Kajigen Kaiden, known as a sentient star cluster brought into human form for the worlds of VTubing, idling, Middle-earth, and more. Great to see you, Miss Weaver. Glad you could make it, and everybody else that might be here. Good to see you all. Happy Thursday. Yes, now we are going to continue into LOTRO, which we had originally planned for yesterday. But you know, it was May the 4th, so we had to go for Star Wars The Old Republic, which I'm glad I did. It was so nice to go back to my Jedi Knight and just have a really chaotic time in that flashpoint that did work out at the end. So that's great. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Good luck. Good luck in your tier 3. And thank you for the look from the shadows, Weaver. The beautiful thing about being a viewer of a live stream while you're playing a video game is that you are just like me. You are multi-dimensional. You are inhabiting the dimension of the stream you're watching / listening to, and also the video game that you're playing, the world that you're traveling to. Yes, today we shall travel to Middle-earth. We're going to continue with the Hobbit Warden character that we started a while ago, Machai. Well, not that long ago, but yeah. It is at this point that I wish I could have finished all the content in the Shire and gone now to the Yonder Shire. But hey, it's not like that content is gonna go anywhere. That being said, this does remind me that I still need to farm the LOTRO points to get to that. Because the money I would spend for the LOTRO points, I'd rather spend on Fate of Gundabad because I still want to have the Brawler class. So we may not have the Yonder Shire immediately after the Shire with Machai, but I'm hoping to have the time to be able to farm the LOTRO points I need for that. It would take a lot though. I mean, I just realized what I could do potentially is to go with Bolston or Alterborn to lower level areas where they didn't do deeds and just do a bunch of deeds in there. Wonder how fast I can get that done. I don't know. But yeah. That would be the way things are. Or maybe I just spend it on both of them, honestly. It's worth the money. It's worth the money. They deserve all the money. SSG. I can buy both the LOTRO points and Fate of Gundabad. Why the hell not? I don't know. I mean, am I gonna subscribe to Final Fantasy 11? Am I gonna subscribe to Final Fantasy 14? Am I gonna subscribe to both? I don't have a limited budget for video games. I wish I did. These are the things I need to consider. You know, it's a good thing I'm not buying like any Steam games on sale right now or something. Sales always happen with Steam, right? I think next month we are going to get... Give me a second here, let me see. When is the Steam summer sale? Since we're talking about this right now. July 7? June 23? Okay, June 23 of this year. At least PCGamer.com is claiming that. 2022, June 23 is the Steam summer sale. The next Steam sale. The next major one. Oh, and I see other things. I see other like festivals and other things like that. Let me see. I'm taking a look quickly at the webpage here. Racing Fest from 23 May to 30 May. 17 days from now. That's a leak apparently. Next Fest from 13 June to 20 June. The summer sale from 23 June to 7 July. Survival sale 18 July, 25 July. Okay. For most of these, it's still like a month away. Yeah, still like a month away. Still a while before that, which is fine with me. Oh, you know, looking at my wish list right now on Steam. Great to see you, T. How's it going? How has your condition been, T? I'm sorry if I haven't asked that much about that. Well, if you're okay with talking about that. I asked because I'm concerned about your drinking of tea. You need to be drinking more tea. I'm having some Ceylon Black right now. Hope your Thursday is going well. Oh, right now the first Beat Hazard is on sale on Steam, and I'm actually considering buying it. I have like a lot of hours right now on Beat Hazard 2, which I love. But just for a change of pace, why the hell not? Let's go for the first Beat Hazard and see what it's like, right? Gameplay powered by your music. So what is Beat Hazard? It's a space shooter, classic space shooter that has the beat and the enemies and stuff like that, kind of like that, to your music. So whatever you're playing on the background or whatever song you have in MP3 format. I think Wave, I don't know if they read Wave, but yeah, whatever you have like that, you use it for the game. It's as awesome as it sounds. Yes, tea, yes, you can drink tea again. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so happy also. Bring your tea, Earl Grey, Lapsang Souchong, white, black, green, pu'er, oolong, silver needle. What else? Matcha, of course. And more. Blue tea, purple tea, pink tea, why not? I actually have this cool thing called blue matcha, which is not actually matcha, but it's made in the style of matcha. And you can drink it just like matcha. The other day I had this herbal chai, which wasn't really chai because it didn't have the tea in it, but that's the point. You know, it's meant to be a decaffeinated version of chai, and it's actually good quality. It may not sound like it's of good quality, but it is. And I combined it, so when I add milk to that, because it's chai, you really want to be adding milk to it, it turns white, like fully white. If it's just the chai by itself, it's like yellow, but when you add the milk, it turns fully white. So what I did was add that blue matcha, and I ended up having this hot, light blue drink that I was drinking out of my mug. It was fantastic. The thing about that blue matcha that I acquired is that they also recommend that you use it to color drinks and food, because it doesn't really alter the flavor that much, if at all. But it does have its own flavor if you just drink it by its own. Like if you just grab like the matcha whisk and do it classically like that, I've done it like that. Yes, it does have a flavor, and it's very lovely. It's very lovely. What was it? The blue butterfly, like blue butterfly, or I forget what the name of the flower was that they used for that. It's awesome. It's awesome. I really want to buy it again. But I still have a lot of that blue matcha. I haven't been using it as much. I want to change that. A bit belated, but thanks for the... Oh! Thanks for the gifted tier 1 so a few months ago. Had to go to hospital, so I wasn't able to enjoy it, but I really appreciate the gift. Again, T, I'm glad you're better. Was that from the subathon, or was that another time? Must have been from the subathon. Yeah, like the tea knowledge. I've recommended this channel before, but I'll recommend it again. A lot of tea knowledge I picked up from May Leaf. So just check it out on YouTube. They're a channel. I call them a YouTube channel, but they're also a store. And they ship from the UK, from London, I think. I think it's London. Well, it's in England. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in London that they're located. And it's crazy because they're actually, for all intents and purposes, they're kind of a small tea store. But they don't give the impression that they are. But yeah, May Leaf, the person in charge of the store, Don May, is like also a big YouTuber about tea, and he does all sorts of tea videos, informative tea videos, tea tasting videos, and also documentary style videos where he goes to places where they make tea, and he shows how he acquires them for his shop, how they make the tea, and oh, so much good stuff, so much good stuff. It was from the subathon, right? Yeah, I think so. Other things that are on sale right now from my Steam wishlist: Black Future 88, PC Building Simulator, Sid Meier's Civilization 6. But I'm not gonna buy that. I have it on Epic, and I got all the DLC in there because I got Civ 6 for free on Epic. That was the second game they gave away for free when they started giving away free games. And speaking of which, today is Thursday, so check out the Epic Store because they have 1 or 2 games that are for free right now. I should probably check them out right now. Yeah, since we're opening like a bunch of stores and stuff, let me open the Epic Store right there and see what we've got. The problem with Epic is that it takes a while to load. It's always annoying. Not for broadcast, also for sale. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon is for sale, and that's actually a really good price. Ah, yeah, but this is the other one. This is the one that's 8-bit, and I think a prequel to the full game. Get to the Orange Door. Dead by Daylight is actually on sale right now. Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection. The Final Fantasy X X2 HD Remaster Castlevania Anniversary Collection. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. How fitting that we have a Castlevania collection on sale, and we also have the Bloodstained games on sale, hey? Very fitting right there. You know what I would love to do for this stream? Something I've wanted to do for a while was to play an entire game series and play every game in the series. So play the most important ones, quote-unquote important ones. You know, like the numbered ones, for example, if I were to go for Final Fantasy. So we don't have to necessarily go for the spin-offs either. And Castlevania might be a good one, because the games are short enough that I would be able to do something like that. Although, it depends on what games I'm going for, right? But the thing is, they all need to be available on PC and maybe on the Switch, but again, I need to get a better capture card. So the game that's on sale right now is called Jacob Frick Sully's Terraforming Mars. And it looks to me like it's a 4X game. It's a turn-based strategy game. I don't know if it's 4X, but it's a turn-based strategy game. I'm going to get it right now. Give me a second. Let me get the game. Let me get the game. Well, this looks really good. This sounds like my sort of thing, since I'm so obsessed with Civilization. One of these days, as I said, I want to acquire Old World and Humankind. There's many others, Stellaris, well, the earlier Civilization games. I already have them, I just haven't played them. I haven't played Civ 3. I just took a look at the gameplay a little bit, but I haven't actually played a full game. Civilization 4 I have played though. I did complete one game and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I won playing as India. I won a science victory on the lowest difficulty. But then when they told me my score at the end of the game, it was the lowest possible score I could get. Because every time you finish a Civilization game, they give you like a list of scores. And they compare you with a historical figure. If you have the highest score possible, you are like Augustus Caesar level or something. And they give you a quote that says, I found Rome a city of bricks and left it a city of marble. Or something like that, right? But then you could get the lowest level possible, which gives you Dan Quayle. And from what I understand, he's a US politician that's like infamous for being absolutely stupid. I don't know. I don't want to insult any politicians or anything, but that's just the impression they supposedly give. So yeah, just wanted to mention that. Street Fighter 5 also on sale. If I were to see an amazing sale on some of the titles I have right now on my wish list, which ones would I get though? On my Steam wish list, well, let's also cross this over with the Epic wish list. Old World and Humankind I think would probably be a no-brainer for me. Again, depends on my budget for video games at the time. I don't know which else. Because I have a lot of things on the wish list, but they doesn't necessarily mean that I want them all the time. They're just there for me to keep reference for. Another one that I would think I could go for right now. There isn't really one I feel very strongly towards at the moment. Maybe Needy Streamer Overload? Or maybe not. Yeah, actually, I'm looking at my entire wish list and I'm thinking, oh, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order is on sale right now. I'm not gonna buy it though. Not for now. Let's see. Oh, Nausea, that could be a good game. It's like a single player Among Us sort of game. Well, that's a very brief way to describe it. And if by any chance there's a Steam sale on anything Final Fantasy XIV related, hey, maybe I can go for that. Oh, Endless Legend is a good one too because it's a 4X turn-based strategy fantasy game. I've heard many good things about this one. It's actually not that expensive from what I'm seeing here. A sale would be good though. On this coming summer sale, well, there's a lot of potential. Oh yeah, some of those recent Final Fantasy remakes would be good, I think. The Final Fantasy III remake, perhaps. Stellaris, I mentioned Stellaris That could be a good one. And I don't really know what else. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, maybe? Oh, yeah, Scarlet Nexus, and it's actually on sale right now. But it's a 40% sale. That might be cheap from me, but I want a higher sale for that. Well, given my current budget, if I bought it right now, I wouldn't have the money for what I want to spend in LOTRO anymore. Let's see... Maybe Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution? That could be a good one. The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim VR, maybe? But I would like it to be a sale that's bigger than 50% at this point. And yeah, those are the ones I can think of right now. Oh yeah, Beat Hazard 3. I mentioned Beat Hazard earlier. There's another game of Beat Hazard coming up that looks like they added a lot of new things to it. It seems to be coming soon, though they haven't set a date at all. Right now it says Early Access 2022, and I'm not sure if that means that the Early Access is in 2022 or that it's gonna come out in 2022. I can't really play it right now though, there's a demo, so that Early Access is a demo, but it's not really playable. Like, the game just crashes awfully if you try to play it, it doesn't really work. So, I'm just gonna have to wait to see what it's like. But from what it sounds like, it sounds fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I just wanted to window shop there a little bit. I don't know why, all of a sudden. I was talking about the budget. Oh, actually, you know, right now, there's a great sale on the LOTRO store. Give me a second. Give me a second. They are... I'm gonna need to see this... I'm gonna need to see this sale for the LOTRO store right now, because... Right now, until May 8th, you get double the bonus points in the LOTRO store. If I click on it, it gives me the Update 32 release notes, which is not what I was looking for, but it's good to see anyway. Now available Erebor housing. The hidden board of Apnankara Raid arrives soon. Introducing the legendary items reward track. The angle of Mythaethel is available to explore. Did I say that right? Did I pronounce that right? Okay, and a bunch of other releases, changes to classes that I'm not going to read because it's a lot to read right now. But a lot of things, Bjornen, Burglar, Brawler, Champion, Guardian, Hunter, Lord Master, Minstrel, Runekeeper, Warden. Is that all the classes? It's nearly all the classes, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's one class missing that didn't get anything, if I counted right. Which one was it? Hold on, did I count right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So they did a change to every class right now, except one. Just a fun little fact to mention. I know, right, T? Yeah. Oh, and actually I did do a little bit of T window shopping, because I was considering that when I do run out of that blue matcha, for example, I want to buy it again. And yeah, I already have an idea of what I'm going to buy from that seller again. It's the same tea seller that I got that blue matcha from. Oh, and also because I'm running out of the one pu'er tea I have, and I want to get it again. It's a cheap pu'er, but it's still a very good quality pu'er. And pu'er teas are just like so good for days in which you have a headache, for days in which you didn't sleep that much. They say they are good for hangovers. So for me, when I sleep little or not at all, it's very much like a hangover to me. I mean, I haven't had many hangovers in my life. I think I've only had a hangover once in my life. But it's like that, I think. It's a very awful feeling throughout your entire body. Your everything hurts. Light just kills you like a vampire. Stuff like that. Okay, so for the Yonder Shire, let me have a look and see how much it would be. Yonder Shire. Oh, and they have the Fate of Gundabad expansion now for LOTRO points. That's awesome. So they are LOTRO points now. Wonderful. Oh, that's so lovely to see. That's so lovely to see. Because it wasn't there in the LOTRO store now. I don't know when they changed that, but it's great to see. So I think maybe the best course of action for me is just to get LOTRO points instead. So we have 700 LOTRO points, 1,950 LOTRO points. So they're saying they have double bonus points, and I'm not sure if what they're listing there is already with the double bonus points, or what they show you there is gonna be double that. I'm guessing it's the former. So the package I would like to go for is 1,950 LOTRO points. But it wouldn't be that good if I'm also going for Fate of Gundabad. Like, I want to get both the Yonder Shire and Gundabad. And hold on, give me a second. Let me read if the LOTRO store version has everything. Expansion Base Edition unlocks over 400 quests and these instance cluster and raid for levels on includes the Gundabad region and over 35 missions. It doesn't say that you get the Brawler class nor the character slot. Is the LOTRO store version different? I'm gonna need to ask this question. Or if you have the answer, please let me know in the chat because... You know, just because they don't say it doesn't mean it's not there, but better safe than sorry in my case. It's 2,995 LOTRO points, so I want to make sure. Do I spend it in the LOTRO points or do I spend it in the... on the... just the expansion directly instead? Give me a moment though. I'm just gonna make a note in case I ask other people. I can ask right there in the Discord. I should be more active in that Discord anyway. Because it kind of gives the impression that it just gives you the content instead of that. Unlocks the Fate of Gundabad expansion content. Prince Durin and his allies have regrouped to prepare their final offensive of Gundabad to reclaim their ancestral home from the corruption of the orcs, hobgoblins, and Angmarin that lurk within. The Gundabad instance cluster with 3 instances and a raid is included. It doesn't say that it includes Brawler. You have the Brawler class for 1,000 LOTRO points. And well, I guess you could also have a character slot for... How much is it? 595, so that would be 1,600. We can round it up to 1,600. So if I get the package that gives me 1,950 LOTRO points, I get everything I need. Oh no, actually no. I forgot to check the Yonder Shire. That's 995, so... We're talking about... Yeah, I would have to buy the... 4,100 LOTRO point package for 34.99 USD. 35, basically. Can I afford that? Yes, I can afford that, but I'd rather not spend that much. Not right now, at any rate. And if I do this, I think that's gonna lock me out of the potential Final Fantasy XI subscription and Final Fantasy XIV subscription. I think I'm already making up my mind, by the way, about doing that May 16 anniversary stream for Final Fantasy XI. They have a free trial, I might as well do it and play it. Even if it's just for that day. It's a super old school MMO still, in the sense that there's a lot of things that are difficult to do in the game. From what I saw, they don't even have a mini-map in the game. If I saw that correctly. So, oh my gosh. Like, that's gonna be trouble. But yes, I'm gonna have to consider the cost of all this. Quest packs. I'm also seeing Rangers and Ruins. Unlocks over 50 quests and these for level 40, 45 characters. Includes the Angle of Mythithel region. Right, so that's the one they give away. Another thing I could do is to become a VIP, but that's not gonna give me the Brawler class either. So yeah, that's what I was considering doing first, to have 1 month of VIP again, but I'm more of a long-term kind of person, so I'd rather have the Yonder Shire permanently unlocked. And also, I think, if I become VIP, do I get more character slots, actually? Because the 10 character slots... Oh, wait a minute! Okay, now let me switch to the game screen. What the hell? Dude, I have 12 character slots! I don't need to buy another character slot anymore. Why do I have 12 character slots? It must have something to do with what they gave everybody. So now I can create 2 more characters. Forget about it. I can spend... Oh, dear. Okay. I'm gonna have to ask that about Fate of Gundabad. And I can just save my money and just buy it with LOTRO points later. But right now, as you can see up there, 12 character slots in the upper left. I thought my cursor on the game would show, but it's not showing. I just realized. But on the upper left corner, 10 of 12 character slots used. That's a fantastic, pleasant surprise to find right there. Are you kidding me? Okay, well, I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Yes. Yes. What a pleasant surprise. Oh, SSG. SSG. You are so kind. Well, okay. That takes care of one thing. For the future brawler thing. For the future brawler content. So 1,950. How much was it again? I need to take a look at the LOTRO store again, but I'll check it later. I'll check it later. Yeah, so it's the package that would give me 1,950, nearly 2,000 LOTRO points, and right now I have over 200, sorry, LOTRO points. So I would be at about 2,200 LOTRO points, rounded up, which would give me enough room for both the Yonder Shire and the Brawler class. Yeah, exactly, nearly exactly enough actually, because yeah, like the Yonder Shire is like 900 plus LOTRO points. And the Brawler class is 1,000, so I'm literally spending the exact LOTRO points I get from that pack, and the game is not loading. I'm gonna have to restart it, I think. Why does this happen sometimes? So annoying, so annoying. But okay. Yeah, do other people have this issue? What about you, maniacs? Do you have this issue too? Because if you do, I hope this can be brought to the attention of SSG so they can fix it. That's not good. Let me drink some tea while we wait, I guess. This Salem Black can be so good. What I love about it is that it's like... It's very refreshing. Refreshing is the word for it. Like, if you feel thirsty, drinking this tea really helps. It has that sort of water-like refreshing thing. Like a nice orange juice as well. That's what is so good about it. Well, okay, let me restart the game then. I'm gonna close it. And oh geez, we're about to get an advertisement. This is actually good timing, I guess. 90 seconds and all that while I'm launching the game again. That should be fine. I'm so glad they put it all available there on the store. So I think that answers my question as how we're gonna spend it. Yep, I think I made up my mind. I'm gonna buy that pack for 1,950. I should put a reminder though. I still wanna confirm how much you get from Fate of Gundabad in the LOTRO store, as opposed to buying it outside of the LOTRO store. But I think I made up my mind that I'm gonna go for that 1,950 LOTRO point package. Oh, and take a look at that. That's again indicative of the glitch we got. The fact that Magi just got reset to her basic gear like that, or well, to having no gear, as if you completely stripped her of her gear. As long as the game loads. It really worries me when that happens, like, is my character broken? Is the login broken? That would suck. But no, here we are. Daijoubu this. Everything is fine. I mean, I never had an issue in which the game stops loading midway through. So if you see the bar start loading, it's a given that it's gonna get there. But if you never see it start loading in the first place, that's when it's problematic. I am no expert at this, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm interpreting it completely wrong. Okay, so we are in the milestone in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒. Let's do this anniversary quest thingy again. Oh shoot! Actually, isn't today the final day of the anniversary? Let me search that again. No, wait. It's May 12th. Okay, May 11. May 11 is the last full day of the celebration. Okay, May 11. Let me see what day it is. It's next Wednesday. The reason why I need to remember is because I want to redeem the steel tokens I have, which are not that many. But as I keep doing missions, I keep doing quests. I'll keep getting steel tokens by just defeating enemies. So far, I've been doing a lot of peaceful quests in the Shire. Pie delivering, collecting things, retrieving cows, retrieving cattle, stuff like that. Retrieving cattle for an entitled farmer. Delivering mail. But sooner than later, I will get into questing, which I have to slay more enemies. There's still a lot left to do in the Shire. The first area I'm thinking of is Scary. The Scary Quarry. With a lot of spiders in it. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of action over there. Well, hello there. Speaking of cows, just out on the field like that. I forgot about this little cow that just wanders around. I mean, it's not like it's a danger to anyone. There are no cars in here. If a cart is just going across the road, it's gonna be a little bit annoying for them, but at least nobody's gonna die or anything. Yeah, if anything, you know, I get the feeling that a bounder is the one that's supposed to be in charge of removing a cow off the road. Like, hey, you, get off the road. Like, my bounder friend right here. And I am a bounder too, but hey, we don't need to do anything right now, right? Because it's not being a danger or a hindrance to anyone. But if a merchant is going through the roads and now they're being delayed because of that cow, well, now it's a problem. Let's see though. Let's get on to the next mission that's nearby. Worries from Waymeet seems to be that one. Wonderful. Let's continue on with the adventures at last. Also, for those of you who saw the announcement thumbnail that I did for the stream today, in which I was showing like a door outside of a hobbit hole into the Shire, that I put on Twitter and Discord, I hope you noticed the fact that I actually scaled myself down to the dimensions of a hobbit. So I had the body build of a hobbit right there. Because look at the size. If you compare the size of... Actually, maybe I can just show you. Let me see. Right there. Notice that I am not really taller at all than the door. I seem to be around the same size as the door. I'm actually a little bit tall for a hobbit. But still. Goes to show you. 言ったはずだ。俺は多次元だ。私は多次元だ。I told you, I am multi-dimensional. I can have so many dimensions like that. I'm very proud of the way that thumbnail turned out. I am improving my skills in being able to do these things in B-Roid Studio. Now that I learned a few more tricks, tinkering a bit more with the program, or rather paying more attention to the options they have for you right there. Oh yeah, let me open the silver present we have right now. Let's see. Oh, this is the housing quest, okay. But this is Dora Brownlock. Let's talk to her. I know, right? That, if you notice, it's not immediately noticeable, that's the thing. But then, there... Yes, right there I can be hobbit-sized. So yes, I am multi-dimensional. A shapeshifter, in a way. What a fantastic superpower, eh?
It's terrible, just terrible.
Peony sent you to help me, Machai. She's a sweet lady and a good friend. I'm glad to have your help. Yes, the wolves came slavering near to Waymeet recently and seemed to head straight for my farm. It was all I could do to escape to Waymeet without them noticing me.
Might I trouble you for some help?
When the wolves chased me off my farm, I didn't have enough time to collect my babies. My poor darlings. Well, what was that? My chickens, of course. If those wolves have gotten hold of them, I just don't know what I'll do. You can save them for me, Machai. I know you can. Follow the road north up the hill and out of Waymeet, then take the first stone path to your right. You'll see a sign for my farm at the correct crossing. Quickly, you must save my little darlings. Hi. I'm on it. Just leave it to me. I am the hobbit You know, I'm thinking, I was about to say the hobbit bounder Warden, but I was about to mix up the words and I was about to say I am the hobbit burden of the Shire. That would have come out completely wrong. No. You know who's the burden of the Shire? Lothal Sackbill Baggins. The Sackbill Bagginses. Now that's a burden on the Shire. No, 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 no. I am the bounder warden of the Shire. Yes. There's nobody else like me. There's other bounders, but how many of them can you say are as armored as I am? Oh, and we have the Wolf Slayer deed. Very nice, very nice. And yeah, with ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕟𝕤𝕦𝕒𝕒𝕒 Sackville Baggins, we'll be seeing more of that scoundrel when we finally get into the Shire. You'll get to see the full extent of how much of a burden he is on the good Shire folk, on good honest folk, just being good honest people. What a scoundrel. Now is a really good time for the scoundrel command, !scoundrel. You know why it's a really good time for that? Because that quote comes from a chicken character in Disney's Robin Hood, the one from the 70s. The person that says that is an anthropomorphic chicken. So, I mean, this is very fitting. Take that, you scoundrel. One more chicken. And there she is. I'm assuming these are hens, but... Well, actually, no, there's nothing indicated whether they're roosters or hens. Chicken doesn't indicate the gender, right? The sex of the, well, chicken. Does it? Hen is for female, rooster is for male. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I forget these things. Deed bestowed, Wolf Slayer. Wolf Slayer. It's amazing how awesome just... How just badass sounding it is when you use the word Slayer with a lot of things. It reminds me of Tyler Black, also known as Seth Rollins, but I prefer to say Tyler Black for him, damn it. In the WWE, when he had that run where he was like calling himself King Slayer and later Beast Slayer. He never got to become the Fiend Slayer though, but he was aiming to become that. Hen is female, rooster or cock for male bears. Ah, yes. Cock as well. Actually, yeah, I thought cock was just for any. Like, cock fighting can be male or female, it doesn't matter. Cock for male bears, okay. I didn't know that, actually. Thanks for the information, T. That's something I just learned. Today I learned. Because I thought cock was specifically for chickens of just any gender. So when you see cock fighting, right, it's like... When you hear that word, it's... I always understood it to be chicken versus chicken. But I got it wrong.
Please, leave me to my sorrow.
You saved my chickens. Thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done if the wolves had gotten my darling Rosie, or my precious Georgie, or my lovely Dottie. There you go. I think it's 2 females and 1 male right there. I think it's confirmed. Someone needs to do something about these wolves, and I think that someone is you, Machai. Certainly.
I'm sure it's a bother, but I could use your help.
Cockfighting because it's males that fight. Yeah, I figured that now. I mean, I would assume, I don't know, like, are hens incapable of fighting? Do they have an instinct that they protect their eggs? If so, they can be really good at fighting. And even without that, but I don't know. I don't know how their biology or instincts work. I don't know that I can go home until I know those wolves are gone for good. What if they come for my babies again? You were so brave to rescue my little darlings. I'm sure you could do something about the wolves. The awful beasts that attacked my farm came from the north. There must be a wolfdom somewhere among the hills north of my farm. Oh, please do hurry. I really would like to go home soon. I will hurry. Don't you worry. Hey, that rhymes. Hey, that actually rhymes. I will hurry. Don't you worry. Haha. I like it. I like that rhyme. I should save that. I'm gonna make a note of that rhyme, actually. I will hurry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I will hurry. Nice. Kind of gives the similar vibe when you say, never fear, I will save you, or something like that. Never fear. How many people actually just say never fear? You are either a very cocky individual. There you go, cockfighting, right? That's where it comes from. You're either a very cocky individual, you know, like the male chicken that is like a bird that just prances around with his chest high and just feeling extremely confident of himself, right? That's where cocky comes from, I think. But I always understood a cock to be like either female or male. But anyway. There's that, and there's or you could be just a very amazing superhero, but also very classic kind of superhero, in that you speak in that old school sort of way. Never fear, my dear citizens. I will protect thee from the villains. And you know I like speaking like that a lot. The fact that I use the word scoundrel a lot is indicative of that. I know, right, T? It's a nice rhyme. And it's great when you can just find rhymes accidentally like that. What could rhyme with never fear? Have no fear. What rhymes with fear? Maniacs, what do you think? Tell me in the chat if you know anything. Ah, okay, so we have to defeat any snarling wolves. I didn't pay attention to the quest requirements. We got 2 of them, that's okay. Warden, shield thyself, and I shall shield myself here. Have no fear, I am here. Hey, that's a good one. Yeah. Did you come up with that? Because I get the feeling that that's probably a popular rhyme or something. Have no fear, I am here. Yes, never fear, for I am here. I like it. Have no fear, I am here. Shire citizens, I will help you out with this wolf problem. There is a wolf leader there in the back. Doesn't say that I have to defeat it, but of course I'm gonna go ahead and defeat it. I get the feeling I might have to come back anyway and defeat it. But yeah, I might as well. Oh well, there's actually more than one wolf leader. It doesn't make a difference which one I go for. Let's wait until this bleeding is done first. This crippling. Oh, never mind. It's over. You heard it somewhere? Yeah, I figured. Like, it sounds like I may have heard it before or seen it before. Let's take care of the snarling wolf first. Defeated wolves at Wolf Den. Let's take care of the next snarling wolf. Since I'm really leaning into the role of being like a bounder with Machai, it's a contrast from the previous Hobbit character that I have, which is a burglar. And a burglar, you know, is gonna be more in the shadows and not exactly gonna make himself known to the general populace of the Shire. Oh, I wish I could have defeated that wolf before they called the reinforcements. I mean, it's not a problem for me, but I already finished the quest requirements. Very well, have it your way. You will die too. Hey, I know they are just like animals, living their life, doing their thing by instinct and everything, but there are too many of them now, and they are a danger to the citizens. So I must do my duty as a bounder. I'd love to be able to do more rhymes. As an idol, doing these sorts of things would be very fitting. Becoming more of a bard, more of a minstrel about everything I do. But I'm just not the sort of person that can come up with rhymes on the spot. But if I set my mind to it, I can make some decent poems. I just will always use something like Thesaurus and Rhyme Zone. That's what I did for the stories I did in the ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒 games for the story contest. And the 2 times I participated in it, I won a medal. I won the bronze medal both times. The first story was about a story in which... you can actually find them in the archive of the ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒 games of when Cordovan streamed that. The first one I think was in 2016. The second one I think was in 2017. Yes, I think it was 2 years in a row. And in 2018 I couldn't participate if I recall correctly because I was working. And I actually got lucky in 2017 because it was a day off. It was like the same job on both years. But in 2017 I got lucky on the day they hosted it. But not so much in 2018, and I wanted to participate. But I still participated in Hardkicker games in general, and I don't remember if that was the year in which I won the special, like, Spirit of Hardkicker award. I forget the name, but yeah. With Bolston. But yeah, the first poem was about how Bolston fell from, like, the peak of a mountain in the Blue Mountains, and he fell, like, over. It was an incredible story that may or may not be believable, but it was a story about how he was, like, fighting some unexpected troll up there in the Blue Mountains, and as the troll fell, the troll quaked the mountain, so Bolston also fell, but he was able to put himself mid-air while they were falling. The troll was already dead, or he died in the middle of the jump. I don't remember. So he was able to position himself on top of the troll to not take the damage from the fall. So we made like a air surfboard out of the troll mid-air. It's like as amazing as it sounds. If you like, we can take a little break from the Shire action to take a look at that. I'd love to take a look at it, and because it's been a while since I've seen the poems. I meant to post them on the Laurelin archives, but I just never got around to it. Hey, better late than never. I mean, it's been years since they were posted, but still, I don't see the problem with posting them also on the Laurelin archives right there. Why not? And the second poem that I did the year after, I believe it was about how we were chasing, so Bolston and another party of dwarves, again in Ered Luin, they were chasing this goblin. This one lone goblin that they were chasing around. And they were having this amazing quest, and the goblin was relentless, being able to hide, being able to escape them, not really fighting them back that much, but they were relentless, really trying to pursue it, really trying to kill it. But it turns out, there's a plot twist at the end. The mother of all the dwarves comes up and it says, "Stop playing this stupid game and leave your little brother alone." Because it turns out that all the dwarves in the party were brothers. And the goblin they were chasing was actually their little brother, because they were just playing a game and they were bullying their youngest brother. That was the plot twist. And it was received well by the audience, and which I'm very happy about, because I wasn't sure if doing it as a poem the way I did was gonna make it clear. The challenge with crafting a poem for me, yeah, crafting. Let's say that word instead of writing. Crafting a poem is having good rhymes while also getting the point across. Because I don't know, every time I read poems, I can never fully appreciate them. I've never been much of a poetry reader, much less a writer, but again, the story contest was a fun opportunity for that. But yeah, like, anytime I read a poem, it's so difficult, because I either pay attention to the rhyme, or I pay attention to what the story is, or what they're saying, what the message is. I can't do both at the same time. So it becomes a kind of annoying experience if I try to get both, or if I have to reread it. A while ago, years ago, I also read The Legend of Sigurd and Gudrun by J.R.R. Tolkien, edited by Christopher Tolkien, and it was a drag to get through. But I wanted to get through it, and it was worth it. It was worth it. But at the same time, a lot of it just went past my head, I think. So in the future, maybe I'll reread it again. Maybe I'll read it again. But yeah.
It's terrible, just terrible.
Thank you for your efforts, Machai. We won't need to fear these wolves now that you've killed their leader. What? You didn't see their leader at the wolf den? I did see it, and I killed 2 of them. He won't be an ordinary pack leader, that's for sure. Ah, that's another one. The real leader of the wolves must be in hiding. Until we do something about the chief wolf, no one in the area will be safe. I think this was a warg that was their leader, but I'm not sure.
I hope it's not a bother, but may I speak with you?
There's been rumor of a scarred old wolf spotted away from the rest of the pack. In fact, across the road from the wolf den north of my farm. I don't know what might have happened, but I think it's fair to say that this old wolf must be their leader, exiled for some reason. Now I think I've done something terribly foolish, Machai. My neighbor, Jolly Small Burrow, is a true gentle hobbit, and I suspect he's something of an admirer of mine. Unfortunately, I mentioned this wolf business to him, and he swore to take care of it. If you don't mind, would you please find Jolly before the wolf does? I'll feel terrible if something happens to him. Oh yes. Now it's an even better time to say, never fear, for I am here. Don't you worry, I will hurry. In a situation like this, you really want to hurry up. So yes, don't you worry, I will hurry. Let me drink my tea before it gets hot. You know what I need to bring back? I need to start using my thermal cup again. I have this little thermos. Well, I have two thermos. One is like 800 milliliters. And the other is much smaller, which is about a mug? 200, 400 milliliters. I don't remember how much it is. So it would be good for pouring the tea that I'm drinking when it gets to a certain temperature. When it's not like fully hot anymore. So I can keep it at that temperature when I pour it in. And keep drinking from that whenever I wish.
Is there something...
Another thing I have is a mug warmer, which I haven't used in a while. Because right now I don't have the space for it in my current setup. Without making a fire hazard. Dora was worried about me, truly. Perhaps she does have feelings for me. Well, to tell you the truth, I was a little worried myself about what would happen once that wolf showed its muscle around here. I felt sure my bucket of boar meat would lure the beast out of hiding too. Ah well, maybe I didn't get smelly enough boar meat. I'll clean this up and we can go talk to Dora together. Oh well, I suppose I should clean up that bit. Gracious me, what do I do with it? It smells something awful. Oh, here comes the wolf leader. It wasn't a work though. Oh no! Nice wolf? Help! Hey, never fear, for I am here. There you go. a fitting time to say that, don't you think? Hooray! Thank you, friend. Dora is sure to court me now this beast is dealt with. Best of luck, Jolly. Best of luck, and really, put that meat away for heaven's sake. Before you attract any more wolves, because I'm not going to be here anymore. Or just get the hell out of this encampment. He actually disappeared, so I'm not sure if he is supposed to leave, or that was just a game glitch or something. I know, right, T? But yeah, that thermos, I actually have one here because I've been preparing some tea every night to have ready for the next morning so I can drink it immediately, which is what I did today, and yes, it did help me out. Yes. I had some Earl Grey prepared on the thermos, but that is a larger one. That is the larger one that is like nearly 1 liter that I mentioned. And I wonder if it's still gonna keep the temperature well enough if I don't fill it up. If I completely fill up that thermos and it's like at a hot temperature, not a warm temperature, but a hot temperature. It doesn't have to be boiling, but a hot temperature. Then the next day, it is still gonna be hot or warm, like by the time I wake up. But if I don't fill it up all the way through, and we have like 8 hours pass or more, or a little bit less, you know, a full night of sleep, next day is not even gonna be warm anymore. At best, it's gonna be a little bit lukewarm, but that's it. So, you have to fill the whole thing up. You have to fill it up completely. And I found the same problem on the smaller thermos, even if I fill it up. So, like, the more you have in there on a thermal container, the better it is. Yeah, that was a discovery I made. So that's why I fill up nearly an entire liter of it, even though I may not necessarily have to drink that much in the morning, you know? Sometimes I put coffee in it, for example. And a lot of coffee like that, ugh, it can be overkill. But it would be a waste not to drink all of it, right? And some of these coffees, they're not exactly the kind of coffee that I can just freeze or have cold afterwards, so I can't store them in the fridge after that. I feel like the only thing I should do is drink them. Oh, and let's summon the Corgi friend here. My little Corgi companion. Mighty! Yes, how could I forget that name? Speaking of tea. Mighty the Chestnut Corgi. Mighty Chestnut Corgi. Notice the pun. Mighty and Machai is the perfect duo. But, yeah, before I interact with Dora. What was I gonna say, though? But yeah, like, the point would be to use that thermos. And I think it would still be fine because... Oh, and that name, T, I think it was Adam Bacon that came up with it. He suggested it. You love chestnuts too? Yes. What a lovely pet that they give to everyone. Ah, like seriously, you look at it and it's so adorable. Hello, my little friend. Hello, hello. Ah, kawaii, kawaii. Ah. But yes. Like, that is the problem that would happen if I were not to fill it up. Well, at the same time, the teapot that I'm using for this holds 1 liter. So I could still do it like that, but I would still have to wait for the temperature to drop a little bit. Otherwise, it would still stay boiling for longer than I would want it to. So you know what? I think I'm gonna do that. So cute, definitely kawaii.
Sorry, my thoughts were elsewhere.
You rescued Jolly, Machai, and thank goodness. I knew there wouldn't be an old wolf that could do you in, though I'm sure the same can't be said for poor, well, meaning... Oh, sorry. For poor, well-meaning Mr. Smallborough. I have not yet decided whether to take him up on his dinner invitation. Yes, he ran straight here to ask before you even returned. Well, the fellow is insistent, might as well humor him. As long as he's not being a stalker or overstepping. I think it's fine. How is this beard that I have, by the way? Is it better? Yes, it's better than the one I have. We'll get that one. Well, you decide that, Brownlock, Miss Brownlock. Don't you worry about that anymore. All the farms in the Shire are, of course, very lovely. You can just expect the best of food when you just come across them, right? Good cooks and good farmers, a killer combo right there. A killer combo. Let's get to the next area. On the next ad break that we're gonna have very soon, actually, in about a minute, I'm gonna take an AFK break to take care of some things that I usually take care of at this time. As usual. But I'll try not to take too long. As usual. I'm in the process of finally making more Twitch clips though. So hopefully I will have more clips to show you during the break. What I think I'm gonna do is change it so that I'm not using the extension I use for those Twitch clips anymore. And instead have them just downloaded and I play them off my computer. That way I can also select which clips are gonna be there instead of having them randomly be selected. Maybe I could even have an edited Twitch clip. That could look even better. Okay, yes, I'm gonna leave myself here. Right here, I think will do the trick. And I will be back in a few minutes, alright? Stay connected to the multi-dimensional portal, maniacs. I'll leave you with some music from yours truly.
宇宙無限のコズミックエナジーを秘めた神秘の世界。若者たちはアストロスイッチでその扉を開き未来を作る。スペースオンユアハンド。その手で宇宙をつかめ。
スクールから挟うチューバーが片手ハングリーなエブリデイまだまだ足りない夢はラージサイズ Come on switch on レッドフューチューそんなのは不採用思いすぎ目地未来へブラスト公式何回見かない人の話だけでした気にならないで果敢にタフにチャレンジ限界なんてぶっ壊してやれ自分の手で昨日よりステップアップ Going going my friends 大危険だって突破して旅立ちのカウントダウン止まらない黒い超刺激的スクールデイ 撃なすまねぶん電撃なすまねぶんドラゴンロードを飛ばせドラゴンロードを飛ばせ電撃なすまねぶん電撃なすまねぶん地獄の影深闇を避け命をかけて誇りを守る安のように吠えろ吠えろ吠えろ吠えろ吠えろ吠えろ吠えろライダー Endless fight Endless fight Cut off be fight Silver cross get it on Silver cross get it on お前に泣かはっローリーチェッ
悪の組織バダンの韓国王として改造された村雨亮だが事故により失われた自我意識を取り戻し悪と戦うことを決意する今仮面ライダーゼクロスの戦いが始まったのだ
Kill it! バックバックビーディングハードかっ飛ばしてキリダウンバックバックバーディングハード King cause one and only 君が世界に存在している意味を知りたくないバックバックビーディングハードバックバックバーディングハードそこに隠れてても何も始まんないと刺された弾道をその足で壊せ目に見える不安の数えで止まらないで夢に乗る破ってく目に見えないつながり信じて動き出そう You got to change breaking the chain 飛ばしてく明日へ Don't be afraid world is the stage go Back back beating hard King goes one and only時間の波を捕まえて今すぐに行こう約束の場所限界無限いざ飛び込め Let's go 叶えたい夢があるなら信じなきゃ願った日々を Catch the wave 迷いそうな時必ず思いの強さが導く君が望む未来すでに In your hands 始まりはいつも突然運命を連れて行く Time Dream Be Life 誰より高く昨日より高くクライマックス Go! Let's go! 飛べ飛べ高く空を行けセーリングジャンプ明日へ飛べ燃えろ変身命がけ己を変えて突っ走れ不滅のライダー仮面ライダー戦いの時は今戦いの時が来た燃えろ燃えろ燃えろ燃えろ燃えろ燃えろ仮面ライダー
女子は改造人間である。人類の自由のために悪の秘密結社ネオショッカーと戦うのだ。
Just in time for the ending of a song. I love it when I arrive from the break back. And it's just in time as I'm finishing one of the songs right there. Kamen Rider! Moiro Kamen Rider. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting, as always. Now, we're not going towards the party tree. We're going towards another area, collecting the trade goods and stuff like that. As I said, I think it's safe to say that this year I'm not really going to do the anniversary festival that much. Not because I don't want to, but because I just don't have the time. My gosh. Partly because, yes, I am that busy. And partly because, no, I am not that busy. I'm just bad at managing my time. I need to get better at it. You know, I can do all the schedules in the world, but it's not going to be any good because I may not necessarily stick to them. And that's just part of the problem. Doing the schedules in the first place is also part of the problem. So yeah, I've never been good at it. Yeah, right now something that would be taking a lot of my time right now is doing those Twitch clips. Like, I need to be dedicating more time now. I have a lot of markers set for a lot of previous streams, and there's still many that I haven't gotten to. For that matter, I need to continue doing highlights for every stream before they expire. I've lost so many streams still. It's such a shame. But yeah, I need to... Oh! I didn't need to dismount so quickly. I think we might be going to Scary. You're terrible with schedules too. Oh, join the club. Join the club of bad scheduling. We are lagging a little bit in the game. Thankfully, it's only the game. You know, if the reason why we're lagging is because there's a lot of players right now, I'm okay with that. Oh, I hate it when the game lags like this. I haven't had this kind of lag in a while. In which you press W and your character just doesn't go forward. It feels like you hit an invisible wall, or you're being dragged from the other side by someone, by some invisible force. It's like, ugh, feels really rough. Let's get those trade goods. And we'll deliver them back to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕒 Broadbelt. What happened over here? I forget what entirely the quest was about. But that's okay, I'll refresh my memory as soon as I talk to ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟.
How do you do?
Thank you very much. But you say there were no spiders at all. I swear it seemed like there were dozens of them. There were huge monstrous things too. I wonder where they could have run off to. They're in the scary quarry. Level up! There we go. Can we get an exclamation mark? Level up. Now we are level 13. Lucky number 13. You know, that just reminds me, I need to go and get some food boosts. I hate to make more work for you, but it seems that the spiders infesting my wagon have run off somewhere. If they grow and breed, they may become a threat elsewhere in the Shire. I think you should report this to the sheriff in Hobbiton, Robin Smallborough, and see what he thinks should be done. Robin Smallborough can usually be found... Yes, there you go. Thank you, T. Robin Smallborough can usually be found at the Ivy Bush Inn in Hobbiton Town Centre. The last thing the Shire needs is an infestation of spiders nearly as big as a hobbit. Oh yeah, I forget the fact that the size that the spiders have is actually about the size of a hobbit, so that's really bad for them. For dwarves too. But dwarves are sturdier and braver because of the kind of lifestyle they lead in general. I mean, it's still dangerous to them, but they will react to them better than a hobbit. A common dwarf will react better than the common hobbit to one of those spiders. And then you have people like Atlee Spider-Man, right? So yeah, this is like really bad news for a hobbit. And what a beautiful mount this is. Oh, Stella is the name of this mount. You know I'm a sucker for these sorts of things. Stars, the name Stella. Let's go. This is my mount. This is my mount. I love it. Very, very wonderful. All right. now we're searching the deer carcass for the lucky slingstone. Oh, yes. What is it that happened on this quest line? Let's see if I remember. So many things to do for this bounder. It is nighttime evening right now. Server time is... No, this is not the server time, sorry. But the time they show you there is not the server time, it's your local time, I think. Server time right now, I believe, is 4:15 p.m. 16:15. You love stars too, especially 5-pointed ones? T, did you ever mention that before? That just makes you even more fitting for this place. Hey, anybody fits in this place. Anybody fits in the multi-dimensional madhouse. But then when you are even more of a star person, well, I'm already calling you a superstar. Imagine. Oh, what do we have here? Some goblin scoundrels, eh? The game is lagging a little bit, so hopefully I don't die because of some lag in some fight or something like that. Ooh, that's a new skill I didn't use before. What is this? War Cry. A shell dealing light damage and I guess a bit bonus to the Warden. Yeah! And there's a flaming spear skill that I love so much. Okay, before I forget, yes, let's get a bunch of boosts. Oh yeah, the anniversary gift box with the fireworks. I'm probably just gonna sell them. Brownlock's mace. We're not gonna go for a mace, we're gonna go for the spear. Yes, I want to continue using spears right here. The spear I have is better in terms of damage, but it's a more common item as opposed to a yellow item. No, wait, yellow just means it's lower leveled, I think. Is it? Is that what it means? Because also the background is like that. I've actually never paid attention to that. Like, that's what it means for enemies, but I don't know if it's the same for items. Yeah, all of these pieces of gear that I have right here are pieces that I'm willing to sell, so I don't need to lock them. We can leave them like that. Oh yeah, I still have one of the carry-all boxes. I'll need to give it to one character once I finally decide what I'm going to do with it. Whether I use it for crafting or deeds or... Well, not deeds, sorry, tasks. Can you use it for instruments too? You can you can also use it for instruments, so it might be good to give it to Bolston. He's not a minstrel, but he does play a lot with bands because of the Blue Mountains band. Or yes, give it to my minstrel, Kaiden. My minstrel self. Finally, let's get some nice carrot soup. I need to have more carrots in my diet. They say it's good for the waistline. And vitamin A is always good. Right. Yes, let's have a ranged battle of hurling javelins at each other. Well, if the lag allows us. The problem with lag is that it can cause you to die in the game, you know? It is that bad. I've died that way before. It's as awful as it sounds. But the deer carcass, am I even going the right way for this? Hold on. I might be killing these ones for nothing. Yeah, I'm not even going the right way. We need to cross the river over there. Reminds me of Civilization 5 when you cross a river. I've continued to play the Anangu game that I'm playing. The Anangu are a modded civilization. I forget who made them. But they have a lot of compatibilities with like a lot of major mods made by modders like Sucritect, JFD. I can't remember if JFD was one of the people that made it. But it's been so much fun to play as them. They have such strong religion and expansionism. Because they have this unique skill that allows them to spawn a settler if you find a natural wonder that is not part of an enemy city. But you need to find that natural wonder with their unique exploring unit. So it's not always guaranteed to be found. For example, if you find that with an archer unit, or if you find that with a civilian unit, or any other military unit that's not the unique scout that they have, it's not gonna work. You're not gonna get a free settler. But still, I was able to find quite a few like that, and I got a lot of settlers. So I went for the Liberty Tree, which is good for civilizations that want to have a lot of cities. In Civilization 5, you don't necessarily want to have a lot of cities because of the way the system works, especially when it comes to happiness. But Civilization 6, though, yeah, just get a ton of cities everywhere. Get a huge, huge empire. That's what you want to have, no matter who you are. That's one of the differences between the games. But yes, it's been so much fun. It's been so much fun playing it again here and there. What other civs are in that game? Oh yes, I went and added like a bunch of Greek civilizations because there's this mod that turns the Greek... So the Greek civilization that comes with the game, it splits it into 4 Greek civilizations to make it be more historically accurate. Especially because Alexander is the leader of Greece in Civ 5, but it may be more fitting to make him the leader of Macedon rather than Greece. That's how they did it in Civ 6. Macedon is a separate civilization than Greece. So you have Macedon led by Alexander, you have Athens led by Pericles, I think. I think Pergamon, I forget the leader. You have Athens led by Sparta. But this also leaves you without a civilization that's just called Greece. And I wanted to still have one that was called like that. So I went ahead and added a modern day Greece civilization. Eleftherios Venizelos, I believe, is the name of the leader. It's like 20th century Greece or so. So that is an interesting way to approach it. So I have like 5 Greek civilizations in that game. I have the Holy Roman Empire. I am playing as the Anangu. I have China in that game. So some of those were random. The Greek civilizations were not, but the others were. So again, the Holy Roman Empire, China, the Geats under Beowulf. I forget who else because I've already met all the civilizations. Who else was in that game? I'm trying to remember. Well, I don't remember, but yeah. Those are just a few I wanted to mention. Let's battle that bear now. You have to take a look at what's going on with that corpse over there. Killed it with my own war cry. Now that's a powerful war cry. Collected the lucky slingstone. Let's get out of here now. I'll try to ignore any aggro. We have no time to dilly-dally. With the Steed of the Great Alliance, we'll be able to get out of here. Now don't you worry, for I will hurry. You see? I use my rhymes. No, I really need to make a note of that rhyme because it's likely that by the next stream I will have already forgotten. So I should remember so I can use it. Make it be a phrase of the stream frequently. I think it's a really good one to use. And the other one too. Never fear, for I am here. Have no fear. Machai is here. Have no fear. The multi-dimensional ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟 is here. To make your day better. You see, that's what happens when you watch my stream. Your day automatically becomes better. You're welcome, you're welcome. No need to thank me. I'm saying you're welcome before you even think of thanking me. That's the kind of person I am. An absolute peacock of an idol.
Good day.
You found it! I can't thank you enough. That stone has all my luck in it. I just know it. Well, glad to be of help. Lucky Javelin. That is a fantastic reward to get. So let's get that one. Take it easy, Mr. Holborn. Be careful when you're hunting because you're not always going to have a bounder help you, much less a stalwart bounder like me. There is nobody else like me in the Shire. Except all the other Hobbit Warden players, but yeah. Yeah, there's a few Hobbit Warden players that I know. Some of them are famous people in the role-playing community. Let's see the Lucky Javelin now. Item level 9. Still a lower level item, but it's much better than the one I was using. Anything else I should consume here in my inventory? No. I think we're fine now. Because I should remember next time I get to a vendor to sell some of the junk I have here in the inventory. And then I can sort it after that. I can have it sorted again. I need to continue paying attention also to my trail foods. Trail cooked and fortifying food. And continue consuming them. I already cleared an inventory space from one of them, for example. And when I finally run out of one of their types, I'm also gonna have to go back to Grizzleberg, cook something for them, cook another batch of one of their kind. I think fortifying food, for example, I think that's gonna be the one I run out of the first, before I run out of trail or cooked food. So I'll cook a batch of that, preferably a different one than the one I have right now, and just send it back to Machai. Sheriff Robin Smallborough, is he inside here? Of the Ivy Bush? Because they're sending me inside the Ivy Bush. Even if it's not him, okay, I was gonna say, it's worth seeing what quests they have in here.
Can I help you find something?
But since we are in a tavern, I have to drink what they have to offer. What is their strongest? Or rather, their signature. Their signature drink here. White Branch. I think I've already drunk some of these, but let's drink this White Branch wine. And I'll get myself some mead. For the road. Also gonna have the Thistleberry Brew. I just like drinking them and having them. I'm very much a drink person, as you can see. And I'm not talking about alcohol necessarily. You know that my obsession is mainly with tea and tea-like drinks like herbal tisanes, fruit tisanes, mate, yerba mate, which technically is not tea, but a lot of the times it's called tea because it's made of, well, a plant and it has a caffeine effect. It really energizes you. Mate is actually a very, very strong one, much stronger than a lot of teas. And I find that it's like theanine, in the sense that when it hits you, it doesn't hit you like coffee. It hits you more gradually and in a more natural progression. And there's no, what's the word? What's the word for when you run out of the energy? Like deficiency? I forget. I had it on the tip of my tongue. Like withdrawal. Withdrawal. That's the word. Like, after the effect runs off, there's no withdrawal either. At least I find that there isn't for me. Like, because of the way coffee instantly hits you. You might be hearing me pour the rest of my tea right now onto my thermos. Oh, there's actually more than I expected left. I think that's like 500 milliliters left. Or 400, still. More than I expected. Hopefully it's still on a good temperature. It's lukewarm. It's a little bit lukewarm, but it will do the trick. It's fine enough for me. But yes. Like, I am a maniac of those kinds of drinks, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate others either. Chocolate, like, that's one of the things I love the most. But really good quality chocolate. You know, the kind that you want to prepare only with water, no milk. If you have a chocolate that can be prepared only with water, you know you have a good chocolate on your hands. Like, a lot of Mexican chocolates that are of good quality are like that. If you go to Mexico, you'll find that people who drink those will rarely ever add milk. It's the most common way to drink it. Like, that whole chalky milk thing is a fun meme, first of all. And chalky milk is good too and all that, but it's actually not the best way to drink it. So yeah, that's one thing, right? I appreciate all sorts of drinks. Like, I can be really lazy when it comes to food. Like, for the most part, as much as I appreciate it. By the way, I still want to have that stream talking about food and stuff. Food and drink. We can also talk about teas and take a look at a bunch of tea videos. That would be a great stream as well. Yeah, I should probably do that too. I was thinking next week might be a good idea. I'm not sure though. We'll see how it is. But I just want to have a whole stream in which we watch videos of food being prepared or being explained. There's so many. There's 2 channels I can already think of that are going to be more than enough. One is the Korean street food channel that I linked on Discord, and the other one is a historical food channel. Tasting History, I think is the name of it. And yeah, that sounds great. That sounds great. Yeah, that's gonna be more than enough content for a single stream right there, but we could do more. But yeah, also one for tea and drinks and stuff like that. Yeah.
Hello there.
Although Broadbill was right to be concerned, I've already had reports of dangerous spiders seen in the Binball Wood, north and northwest of Overhill. I think I'm going to send you to look into this problem. Try to kill as many of the spiders as you can, but also explore the north end of the woods and see if you can find their nest. Folks say these are monstrously large spiders, so I'd be careful if I were you. For sure. Machai has no arachnophobia, she has no fear of spiders, she will be fine. Have no fear, for she is here. Although it's not really bravery, right? She is brave, I like to believe she's brave. But this doesn't take bravery because there is no fear involved. Bravery and fear come together. You can only be brave if there's fear somewhere within you. Or so the saying goes. That's what bravery is. I think there's this dialogue in Game of Thrones, in A Song of Ice and Fire rather, in which what was the name of the child of Ned Stark that later became the Crow, or I don't remember the name, but yeah. Branson, no. Well, something like Brandon Stark. Well, he asks his father, Ned Stark, Eddard Stark, can a man be brave if he is fearful? And Eddard Stark replies, actually, that is the only time he can be brave. Probably didn't say verbatim, but yeah, you get the idea. Now, there are spiders around here. But they are not like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, so we must get rid of them. I don't know if I mentioned this before, I think I did, but I look at these bushes and the fact that I can pretty much hide within them, because I have around the same height as they do. So parts of those bushes are actually taller than me, taller than Machai, but when I can hide within a bush like this, it reminds me of Fortnite so much now. Now that I've been playing Fortnite. Actually, I still haven't played it since that last victory I got, so I still have my victory crown with me in my inventory. Partly it's because, yes, I have anxiety about the next game, because I either win it or I lose it, and I lose the crown. If I win it, though, I get a permanent emote in which I can showcase my crown, and every time I'm getting a victory royale, I think. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure, like you really have to win 2 games in a row. Which is difficult, it's difficult. I've already won 2 games, but not in a row. And the first time I got that victory crown, on the next game, I lost it, not because somebody killed me, but because I just dropped to my death. I was trying to land on water, but I landed on, well, land, and I died. And that's how I dropped my victory crown. Somebody might have picked it up. Somebody might have picked it up, and good for them if they didn't. You know, it feels like becoming a champion, and you don't lose the championship because somebody defeats you. You lose it because of injury, and you have to relinquish it. Like, it's mixed feelings when you do that. It's like a very frustrating way to lose it, but at the same time, it gives you some like undefeated sort of status, because nobody ever beat you for that title, right? The biggest example I can think of, there's several examples of this, but the biggest example I can think of is when Edge, the WWE wrestler, who is currently wrestling, but first, for a while, for nearly a decade, he retired. In 2011, he retired as a World Heavyweight Champion because of injury. And it was a retirement that lasted like 9 years. But he finally came out of retirement in 2020. And it was amazing, and the fact that he's still wrestling now, it's wonderful. So good to see him wrestle again. But yeah, that sort of thing happens. That's an extreme example, though. You don't always have to retire to relinquish your championship. But it was like he was the undefeated final World Heavyweight Champion. Well, he wasn't the final World Heavyweight Champion, but his final thing was to be a World Heavyweight Champion that never got defeated for that title. And to an extent, it's still true, because the World Heavyweight Championship got retired by the time he came back from retirement, so nobody has beat him for the World Heavyweight Championship. Another thing that has happened since he came back from retirement, he's already been wrestling now for 2 years since he came back. Where are those blasted spiders, though? I can't find them around here. Let me see the search area. Okay, yeah, I have to go a little bit here. You can rely on the minimap for these things a lot of the time. I find a lot of boars, but no spiders. No spiders. I must go deeper. Deeper on the overhill. I think the bears are the ones that are red light, which means they attack you directly instead of warning you first. So those are the ones we want to avoid. There we are. But there's the spider. Spooder! We got a little spooky spooder. Yeah, look at them. Like, they can take a hobbit whole. An entire hobbit. Which is very bad news, of course. No, and just imagine if a hobbit were to encounter the spiders from Mirkwood. Yeah. Actually, we don't need to imagine that. You can go to Mirkwood as a hobbit. In LOTRO. Wow, let's do this more often. I use all 3 of these skills right here. Let's do that more. When given time to prepare, a warden can deliver a powerful opening volley. This looks like a really good one to start with. For the next spider, let's do it like that. I'm a little bit over level 2, so that makes the battles extra easier. Let's see. Oh, it's an ambush. I see, that explains it. And that stuns the enemy for a bit, so I don't even need to go for melee combat like that. Let's keep doing that. Let's keep doing that. And what is skill number 9 for me? Ambush victims and other day's opponents are vulnerable to a critical strike. Okay, even better. Let's do that combo now. See? I need to pay more attention to my skills. Which is why it's also a good idea to go back to focusing on only one character for now. Hey, I indulged in my alcoholism and it was worth it. I regret not a single second of it. I'm glad I created one of every character. Well, I'm saying it in the past tense, but we still have a brawler left after this. It's gonna be a while before we do that though, because I want to get through the Yonder Shire with Machai right here. It's so fitting. There's great continuity, you know? Very seamless. Seamlessly going from the Shire into the Yonder Shire. Although, by the time I finish the Shire, I'm not necessarily going to be level 20. Which reminds me, I should be using an XP boost. That would be a better idea. We're also running out of food, so let's refortify ourselves. We'll take this one, we'll take this one, and we'll take this one. Double carrot and a little bit of superior roast pork. And a drink to go with it. Let's get that Thistleberry brew. And now I am quite merry. I get the feeling that if you're going to face very, very scary looking spiders like that, you may as well take a drink before that. Feel a little bit merry, get a little bit tipsy if you're gonna face an enemy like that. Machai is not the type to fear those sorts of enemies. Maybe the larger spiders that she'll encounter later in her adventures, but still, it's good to take a drink like that. May as well take advantage of them while we're in the Shire, because when we get to areas like Angmar, we're not exactly gonna have like a bunch of inns all around the zone to rest at, to take some good drink and cheer at. That's not how it's gonna be. Maybe I should ration myself with 50 drinks from the Green Dragon or something. Alright, let's see if we can do that combo now. It should... Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. I mean, I could still do it here, but if we're already on melee combat, we may as well do it like this. Okay. We'll do it on this one now. Oh, it's too far away. Okay, so we still need to be close to it. Which is not what I'm planning to do. So I should have done it with that one that attacked me. That was closer. We can get closer to a spider there. And do it. But we need to wait for the skill to reload. I wanna see what it does. It's a critical strike. Let's see how much damage it does. I'd like to see that. Oh, it didn't allow me to do that. What? So the only way I can do that is to do it from a long range. I didn't see that. Okay. Okay, then. But that's all the spiders I needed to defeat. Now, well, we still may defeat more as we try to find the spider's nest. I shouldn't have gone out of my way to defeat those spiders. You have located the source of the spiders in the Binball Wood. And surely we're gonna go into it. Look at that. That is an insane amount of spider webs. You know what this reminds me of? Now this triggered my memory again. I think it may have been last night, actually. I had a dream that, among other things that were happening in that dream, I was exiting this building, this small one-story building, and like by the doorway there were like 3 trees nearby, very nearby, surrounding the building, and between each of those trees was a huge spider web, and a very clear looking spider web too. Like you looked at it and like it must have taken a lot of spiders and a lot of time to do something like that. It was very disturbing to look at it because of that. And yes, you could even see some bugs on the spider web. And even some spiders in it. I mean, some bugs that were captured, like mosquitoes or whatever, and some spiders. And it was shiver-inducing. I don't have arachnophobia, but I do have a phobia of scorpions. And spiders in general have this like innate fear on humans, I think. So combining both of those things, sometimes when I look at a spider, I do get a little shiver up my spine. Instantly. But then it runs out a little bit once I realize it's a spider. So it like cools down, kind of. I have something to say to the gaffer though. Or one giant spider. Yeah, that too. You saw a huge web on hiking many years ago? Oh my god. What's really bad about webs sometimes is that you don't... Some of them may not be that clear. That you may not realize until it's too late. Until you're like already walking through it. And it's the fucking worst thing ever. And I know because I've had that happen. I've had that happen.
Is there something I can do for you?
But man, oh gee, that sounds dreadful though. I mean, yeah, when you're in a forest or hiking or... You may find something like that. You may find something like that. It's something that can happen. That LOTRO won't be the ruin of back-end so long as I have something to say about it. Thank you for your kind help, Matchai. Don't mention it, Gaffer. It is nothing compared to what your son is doing, let me tell you that much. But I'm not supposed to know that. So, forget I said that. I'm not saying that in character. Matchai doesn't know that. Let's continue to turn these things in. I forget that I need to continue using this run speed boost. I'm already level 13. In a couple levels, I will not be able to use it anymore. Or no, wait. Well, 15 is the final level I'll be able to use it at. So at level 16, rather, I won't be able to use it anymore. Back to the Ivy Bush Inn.
How do you do?
Good job. Now all we have to do is find a way to get past the webs tangling up the spider nest.
Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
Now we have to find a way through the webs that are blocking the spider nest you found. Those webs are too tough and sticky to cut through, and we can't burn them without setting the whole wood afire. Fortunately, I think I know who can help us. Gamer Boffin up in Overhill is a wise old lady who knows all kinds of things about herbs and such. I think she'll be able to brew up something to help us deal with those webs. Her home is in the middle of Overhill. Perhaps with old Gamer's help, we'll be able to deal with the spider nest in the woods. Well, from one Gamer to another. From the Gamer Gamgee to Gamer Boffin. I have to assume, of course, that she's related to Bingo Boffin. These large families in the Shire. So many of them. You know, I said initially that I wanted this character's last name to be Sterling. Well, I'm not sure anymore. Because Matchai Sterling doesn't have that good of a synergy to it. So I don't know. I don't know anymore. Maybe I'd like to go for one of the canonical families or a famous role-playing family. Like that could open some role-playing opportunities with other people. But I do want to roleplay Magi for the most part as actually like a bounder figure and everything. Even the type to be wearing some boots or whatever instead of being barefoot all the time like a hobbit. Unlike Griselberg, who is more traditional in that sense, though he is a burglar. I like the idea of a hobbit who actually is a burglar and who actually has those skills that the dwarves were expecting Bilbo to have. Though, you know, Bilbo did end up living up to the potential and beyond thanks to the One Ring and thanks to his own skills, his own bravery, his own adventurous spirit that he has for being is he a descendant of the Great Took? I forgot. He was a descendant of an important hobbit that Gandalf did some important things with. I can't remember if it was the Great Took or somebody related to the Bagginses. Because I know there's Peregrine Took, but just because he doesn't have the last name Took doesn't mean he's not related to him. Bilbo, I mean. You know how families can be, family trees and all that. Ah, there's the Gamerboffin. I think it was a Took, then it would be the Great Took. Or rather the one that invented golf. And I don't remember if it was the Great Took or not.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Eh, what's that? Speak up, keep up. Oh, spider webs, is it, my dear? Such a nuisance they are, sticking to everything you try to get rid of them with. But old Gamer has the answer, my dear. I need 6 drams of slug slime first, though, and then I'll fix you right up for sure. Eh, slugs? Wait, I'd look in the bog if I was you, dear. Russia bog, you know. It's to the west of Overhill, you can't miss it. When you have enough slime, bring it back to me and old Gamer will take care of everything else. That's my cute little old lady voice. My little old lady with hearing problems voice. I hope it was okay. Though it's been a long time since I read the book. Yeah, same here. Well, for The Hobbit, that is. Yeah, actually, I've only experienced that book once. I read it in 2015. Haven't read it again since, though I may have read like quotes and parts of it here and there. But yeah, for the most part, I haven't read it again. Next time I experience it, this is why I use the word experience, because there's other ways to experience it than reading it. You may also listen to an audiobook, for example, which is what I want to do next. I always have this thing that if I'm going to reread a book, well, that's just it. I'm not going to reread it. I'm going to experience it in a different way, as long as it doesn't change the experience too much. Like, you know, it doesn't cut out parts of it. For example, if I want to experience The Fellowship of the Ring again, and I choose the movie, that's not going to count because it's a different experience because it omits so much and does some other changes here and there. I'm not asking for the exact same experience, obviously, but I want there to be a twist there. Another way of doing it would be to read a translation of that. The only other language I know right now is Spanish, so I could read a Spanish translation of The Hobbit. I don't really have an interest in doing that right now, but that would be an option. And when I finally learn Japanese, that would also be an option. It will also go the other way around. A book that I first read in Spanish, I can now read in English. As a matter of fact, I want to do like this. I want to read the Spanish translations of the Olaf Stapledon books I loved so much, Star Maker and Last and First Man, for my next experiencing of them. I've already experienced them in both written format and audiobook format. Yeah, we don't even need to take it to melee combat, as you can see. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? But yeah, this is not the first time we've had to defeat a bunch of slugs around here, I think. But this time, though, thankfully, we are finding more. We are finding them more easily than last time, which is great. It's great. Now, that skill does have a longer cooldown than the others, so I won't be able to use it all the time, depending on how often I find the enemies around here. How often I find the slugs I'm looking for. One of these days, I also mean to read, if possible, the other Middle-earth books, the Silmarillion. It's gotta be the Silmarillion. There's also like the 12-volume Middle-earth encyclopedia. I forget what it's called. The compendium. I forget the name. It's not the Silmarillion, right? The Silmarillion is a single book, though it's a very long and heavy book. But still, it's a single book. But yeah, the Silmarillion is something I want to read at least. But from what I heard, it's an extremely heavy read. And I mean, imagine, for me already the Lord of the Rings was a heavy read. Not the Hobbit. That was enough for me that I didn't have to take too much time with it. But by heavy read, I don't mean it's bad, not at all. I mean that I have to take my time reading it. Because a single paragraph contains so much information for my brain that I have to take my time with that. I'm not very good at picturing things that are described to me. Like, for example, if Tolkien were to describe the rush of bog right now, the way he wrote things, describing the rush of bog, describing the placement of where the trees are, where the hills are in relation to where the rush of bog is in relation to where Scary is in the Shire or something like that, I would not be able to fully picture it. And I realized that when I started to see the game maps here in LOTRO, and I realized this is not at all how I pictured it. And now that I see the way I picture here, I can tell they are like super accurate. They are exactly the image they wanted you to see from what Tolkien wrote in the books. I've never been good with description reading like that, so The Lord of the Rings was very difficult for me. Very heavy. But difficult is not the word. Heavy is the word. And I mean heavy in such a good way, honestly. My favorite books, the Olaf Stapledon books I mentioned, are also heavy. For different reasons. For different reasons than what I just said. But my god, I love them. Star Maker, still my favorite book of all time, that I would recommend to everyone I meet. To everyone. To all of you superstars. It's right there in the name, Star Maker. It's right there on my cheek. It's right there on my everything. Star Maker. You can at least read the summary. I mean, not the one that spoils you everything about the plot. Preferably not that, but you know what the book is about. The Silmarillion is a very difficult read. I tried it when I was younger and I had to look up so many words, but it has a lot of interesting background for The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. That could be a problem too. Oh, yeah, because you just made me remember also, T. There can be a lot of words when you describe like scenery. Like, you know, for example, if I take a look at this thing right here, I just call it a hill. For me, it's a hill. But there's like other like versions of hills that have like their own unique names and stuff. Bushes, weeds, flowers, they all have unique names to them. And Tolkien made very ample use of them. Very insightful use of them. So yeah, that's gonna be difficult for me. And since I also want to be a writer, it's intimidating to look at it. And to just feel like you lack such vocabulary to describe things like that. Because they are so important to describe as well. Description is difficult for me. Not just as a reader, but as a writer. You could read it slowly? Yeah, that's the reason why it takes me a while to read things. Lord of the Rings took me a while, and learn as you go along. That's exactly what I do, see. And it's a perfectly fine way to read it. But that's why it's heavy, because it takes time. It takes time. As I said, a single paragraph takes me a while. It takes me longer than other books. And that's not to say anything bad about those books either. Like The Hobbit, for example, didn't take me anywhere as long. It was about the same length for me in terms of how long it took me to read it as the usual book, as the usual novel is for me. And that doesn't mean it's a bad book, though. You know, as like Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, as like The Color of Magic from this world, a Star Wars novel, or something like that. And those are good books still. I need to go back to reading books, man. I've been neglecting it. But yeah, just no time. I've got no time. But it's also my time management. It's just that, you know, the time management problem that I mentioned is just not in terms of like creating a schedule, but also being efficient with how you spend your time. When it comes to reading books, especially in today's digital age, this is not the 1970s or the 1920s in which it must be a paper book. No, you can read them on your phone, for example. There are so many occasions in which you can squeeze in a quick read of your book. The best time to do it is in what I call waiting room syndrome, which is when you are in a situation, like in a waiting room, in a doctor's office or whatever, in which the only thing you can do is just wait. When you're commuting, when you are in a waiting room, as I said, or any other situation that's like that, okay, I'm going to fucking read something. Let me take out my cell phone and continue my reading of the Fellowship of the Ring, of the Return of the King or whatever, right? But yeah, I haven't been doing that as much. I just forget about it. Or I get distracted doing something else, like browsing Reddit. Or browsing Twitter instead. Which is not that bad. You get some useful things out of that too, but those are also times in which I could be continuing my reading of a book. And also I have my Kindle, my precious, precious Kindle. Now, that's not to say there's anything wrong with paper books either. Another thing I wanted to do is to get rid of a lot of the books I have in paper right now and give them away to save a lot of space. But to do that, I want to read them first. Otherwise, I feel like it's a waste. There's many I have that I'm willing to give away right now. Donate to a library if they will take them, or sell them for a low price to someone. I don't know. I have a bunch of them. You read the book A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens while you were in the hospital. Oh, yeah, that's a good time to do that too, yeah. I haven't been, like, bedridden in a hospital in a long time. So I don't know what hospitals are like right now. The last time I was in a hospital, this is a good thing, actually. This is a good thing to realize. I can be grateful about this, but the fact that the last time I was in a hospital, like in a bed or anything, must have been like, good God, over a decade ago. Maybe more than that, maybe more than 15 years, I don't know. So I don't know what they have in a hospital. Like, if they have internet for you to browse, for example. I assume they still have like a TV somewhere, but cable is not something that interests me. Satellite cable TV, I will rarely find something interesting to watch in there. So, oh well, a while ago, years ago, I did visit my, at the time, girlfriend at the hospital, and this was still many years ago. Now that I realize it, but still, this was 2014. Yeah. So it's many years now since 2014. It doesn't feel like that long, but it is 8 years now. But yeah, and they did have a TV, I think. Very basic setup. But yeah, if they had that, I would just ignore it because I would be reading something. Unless I can't use my hands while I'm in that bed. Then it becomes an issue, yeah. I mean, or rather my arms. So if all I can do is just move my hand for like a remote or something, I wouldn't really be able to hold a book or a Kindle or a cell phone to be able to like read properly. Hold it close enough to my face that I can tell what it says. Yeah, it would be difficult. I found I had to reread some parts because the sentence structure is so different as it is in Old English. Really? I actually read A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens before, but it's been a while now. Horrible experience for you. You were in so much pain and movement was restricted for you because they said that you had COVID. They even transferred you to a hospital dedicated to patients with COVID. You're so glad you're out. Yeah, it's great that it worked out. That's the unfortunate situation with the pandemic right now, which is why, please, people, please remember there's still a pandemic out there. For God's sake, so many people still act like it's over, and they have acted this way for over a year now. Ugh. But well, I'm not gonna get negative about things. It's just that I mentioned this here. I mentioned this here and there, but it's like absolutely just befuddling to me. Like, I am just like, my brain just melts, and I'm just like staring in absolute confusion when I look at a pro wrestling show, because as I said, I'm a huge pro wrestling fan. I watch AEW nearly every week. This mostly happens in the United States. I found that it's not so frequent in Mexico, and it's definitely not the case in Japan. But when I look at United States professional wrestling shows, you have 1,000 people all together in very close proximity, and like 90+% of them are not wearing a mask, not even pretending to wear one. If they wore a mask into the building, they completely took it off. They don't even have it around their neck or anything. No, it's completely off. They put it in their pocket, who knows where. It's like it's 2019 or earlier. It's like, what the hell is going on? What are you doing, people? What an irresponsible bunch is the first thing that comes to mind. But like, they can have all the vaccines and boosters, and which they should. But even with that, they should still be wearing a mask. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Lovely day, isn't it?
You know, these are also people that are like chanting and like screaming because it's a pro wrestling show. And wow. Also the Oscars recently, I think. Like, all those people together without masks. When Will Smith was doing his thing yelling, the only thing I was thinking was like, what are you doing, man? You're just spreading bacteria just screaming like that. Yeah, that's the only thing I was thinking from the incident that happened. Anyway, I just have to really just mention that. It's just really weird. It's just a really weird thing. But I hope things are safe for the most part. You had no symptoms. We don't need to be afraid of Omicron if we have been vaccinated. But some places have a stupid no COVID policy. But I agree we should wear masks in public. Yeah. Yeah. Now I say this though. I say this because it's just confusing to me. I am no health expert. There's a lot of things I feel I'm missing here. So I hope it's not as irresponsible as it seems to me whenever I see it. Honestly, I cringe every time I look at a crowd in a pro wrestling show in the US. Mexico too, sometimes, but I don't watch that many wrestling shows. But there are more mask wearers in a Mexican crowd. Japan, on the other hand, is way more strict about this, and I hope every country in the world should be like this for sporting events and such. I'm not a fan of any other sports, but I think it's the case with other sports for a large crowd. Although it depends. One thing I've seen, for example, is like in baseball stadiums, football stadiums, they are larger, so they actually have a limit to how many people they put in, and they spread out the seats with more distance between people. It's still bad if they're not wearing a mask. I'm gonna die on that hill, but at least they're farther away from each other. And I mean, I hope I'm not being too much of a hypocrite about it, because recently I have been going out to some restaurants. Not that much though, and I am being safe about it after all. If I had any symptoms, I wouldn't be going out at all. And I do wear my mask. I put it on as soon as I'm finished. But yeah. And I may or may not watch the Multiverse of Madness movie soon. I'm already past the point in which I think it's not safe to come out. I can say that. But even like if you asked me like a month ago, not that long ago, still a month or two ago, I would reject, I would refuse to go out in any way whatsoever. Even if it's just going out with like 2 or 3 more people. You're inviting me to the cinema, you're inviting me to a very isolated area, I still would refuse to go out. So it's only recently that I'm starting to be hesitatingly going out. People forget to keep their distance sometimes, they do. But where I live, it's not... You don't have irresponsible people like that for the most part. So I know that it's safe for that reason too. When people are waiting in line, sometimes they are forgetting to keep their distance, but everybody is wearing a mask, and it is enforced a lot still. I think I think it has been lifted off for like when you're out in a large space, like just out in general, and there aren't people nearby. But when you go indoors, put it on. You have to put it on. But yeah, that's a little tangent of the Spanish Crown Affliction pandemic. Let's go back to the game. Actually, we're gonna have an advertisement. Let me drink some tea. I'm nearly finished with the tea. I wish I would have put this in the thermos before, because it's already like lukewarm. But if I had put it there before, it would be a little bit hotter than that. You know, the good thing about this Ceylon black tea is that it's also really good when it's cold. Really good when it's cold, like ice cold, like it makes for a really good drink. But when it's neutral, it's not as good as that, but at least it's more manageable than having like a neutral temperature like Lapsang Souchong black tea or even an Earl Grey. A different kind of tea that doesn't work as well when you have it cold. Or chai for that matter. I find cold chai awful. I hate it when it's cold. I can only drink it when it's hot. When I drink it hot, it's like, it's a terrible flavor for me. And hey, speaking of which, let's read this dialogue. Nasty stuff, isn't it? But that's what we'll use to get through those webs. It will take me but a moment to mix this up for you. Oh, and a reward, we can go for Boffin's shoulders, I think, yeah. That will be a good one.
Stay and have some tea.
There we go, my dear. This rush shall get you through those spider webs. But you must hurry, it dries out quickly. Oh, there's one more thing. I've heard nursery stories about a walking tree in Bindball Wood, like them in the old forest. It might be asleep if it is even there at all, and it might be dangerous to things on two legs, like they say the old forest is, but I doubt it will take kindly to all those nasty spiders either. Now off with you before that drought dries, or you'll never get through the webs. Now, don't you worry, because I will hurry. Let's get going. Oh, I found a good phrase again to use on the stream. Which are the other phrases that I use on the stream here and there? Besides the obvious ones like ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕠𝕟𝕤, invasion from another dimension, see you around, supernova explosion. You're a superstar, you absolute maniacs. Those frequent things that you know you can count on to hear from this multidimensional maniac. Your favorite Kaido. Your favorite superstar character. Your favorite anime stellar character. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, you see, these webs are so strong that they're thick. You can't even go through them. Ah! War cry. What is this skill now? Precise blow, an attack that draws the enemy's attention. Ah, that's for aggro. You know, I think that would be a really helpful thing to learn about. Let's do the combo now. Let's see. Ah, that didn't do as much damage as I expected. Or maybe it didn't hit as much as it was supposed to. Oh, whatever, we can use the combo again later. What do we have here? What do we have here, you little ambushers? I can do an ambush of my own too. That's what the skill is. It's literally called ambush. Just ambush. So there you go. Pinball spinner. Reminds me of that scene from Full Metal Jacket where the drill instructor is like, ah, this is what a war cry looks like, and the poor private has to just yell absolutely loud, and it's still not enough. He has to nearly break his face yelling there. You can just find the scene if you like, if you find Full Metal Jacket drill or Full Metal Jacket boot camp. I don't know. You can probably just find it there. Let's see what this was in this cocoon. Some poor soul died here, probably. Yeah, we may as well get everything. Or it may even be things that the spiders themselves stored. I gotta say though, there's something kind of satisfying about opening the spider web like that. The way it just opens. The little sound effect it does. Bring it on, Binball Weaver! I wonder what will happen if we find that tree around here. I mean, they did say the tree won't take kindly to all the spiders. What does that mean? That it's gonna help me? Or that it's not gonna distinguish between me and the spiders, and it's gonna be both a danger to the spiders and me? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out soon. I really like that that skill, Impressive Flourish. Light damage over time to the enemy boosts defenses. First in the impressive flourish gambit chain. Oh, jeez. You see, it's so complex. The Warden class is so complex. I haven't bothered to look it up too deeply, into it, because I don't know if I'm going to invest that much in the Warden class yet. Again, that will be a decision for later. It's not gonna be a while before that. Like, still think it might be a few months, depending on how much LOTRO we have per week. Since I am going to maybe return to SWTOR and start Final Fantasy 11 and or 14, it may also cause the schedule to have less LOTRO, because one thing that's been fun for me to do, or at least to schedule for the past few weeks, didn't happen this week because again we replaced SWTOR for May the 4th. We replaced this with SWTOR for May the 4th, but originally this week we were gonna have 2 days of LOTRO, right? So there's those opportunities. And I might do it again next week, but now that I'm back to SWTOR and I feel like we are so close to the end of the Jedi Knight storyline, now that I've resumed Kaiden, the Jedi Sentinel, I really want to get through all the way until the end of the vanilla storyline right there. So yeah, I think we might have SWTOR next week. The schedule for next week might look like LOTRO, SWTOR, the food stream, the food just chatting stream, and a Japanese language learning stream. I think that might be good. Anyway, right now I need to take a bio break. I should have taken it when we had the ads earlier, but yeah, I need to take a bio break and I also need to take care of some things, so hope this is a safe area though. Actually, you know what? Let's delay that a little bit. Let's take care of this quest first. The walking tree shudders when you touch it. Tiny spiders are crawling all over it, their webs veiling its bark. It looks like the walking tree is in some distress. The tree shudders, attempting to tear itself loose from the webs that bind it. Perhaps there is a way you could help it clear the webs away. I get the feeling that I have to defeat those little spiders here. Oh, that's shiver-inducing, as I said. Is the tree okay now? The tree rips itself free from its remaining bonds. Alerted by the commotion, more spiders appear from the nearby foliage. Gonna get messy. And I should have gotten rid of the other enemies around here. I think this is a scout, an escort quest. Good thing I'm a tank, right? I am a warden, so I should be a tank, right? Let's be careful, though. We still don't want to aggro too many enemies. Will they attack the tree when they... Okay, yeah. They will attack the tree. No, you don't. No, you don't. I mean, it's a walking tree. You would think it would be very tanky. Though we should still consider the fact that it's damaged. The poor thing has been damaged right now. I didn't expect this to be an escort quest of the tree, but this works out. We can work with this. Yeah, bring it on. Bring it on. It's me you should be concerned about, sunshine. Don't you be attacking that tree. But wow, did you see that? Just knocking it over like that. Yeah, look at the poor tree. So many spider webs across it. It's a common sight to see on trees, but when you think that this tree has life to it, I mean, it's bad for it. Oh, it's receiving a lot of damage. We should really draw the threat to us right now. We really need to draw the threat, otherwise they're gonna kill the poor thing. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There's probably a better way to draw threat as a warden, but I wasn't really paying attention that much. And again, I haven't looked that much into it. If I could heal the tree. There's some healing skills I have here. Yes, I think I might have been able to use one of them. I forget that I have those heal skills. I think that's what they are. Let me remember. Oh, no, I switched to another stance. No, that's not what I wanted to do. We have recovery and quick recovery. No, this is not to heal somebody else. Hey, Catalyst, how's it going? How's your Thursday going? Welcome once again to the multi-dimensional madhouse. What have you been up to? I'm doing well. Currently doing my best to protect the Shire, and this also involves protecting walking trees. There aren't that many in the Shire after all. Actually, now that I remember, this could be something that would be interesting for Treebeard to find out about. For all we know, this could be one of the Endwives or a descendant of the Endwives that he was looking for. This would be a really important thing for him to find out about. But this is not like the Ents though. This is not like the Ents of old. It's not a fully sentient talking tree like the Ents are. You been out for some drinks with work? That's great to hear though. I hope you had a good time with it. You say it's work related, but I hope it was good enough though. Any dimensions you have traveled to? Have you been to Middle Earth lately? The festival is still going, so yeah, there's no shortage of things to do. Nor will there be for a while now that so many areas are open to players now. The free-to-play players, I mean. I'll tell you what, we can hold off on that next AFK break until the next ad break right now. I think that should be fine. Let's go for this Pinball Weaver before they have a chance to strike at the tree. Preemptive strikes, that's what we're doing. We're attacking first. A heavy offense like this is the best defense in this situation, I think. Because I draw the aggro towards me first. So it's good when there's a group like the one that's coming up right now. You see? Then I draw the attention of both the Weavers towards me. At least at first. But yeah, like the tree is kind of fragile right now. I saw that when it aggroed those other 3 spiders. Was receiving damage quite fast. Like it lost 200 health or so very quickly. Oh, you haven't played LOTRO in about a month now? That's alright. You tried to get into it, but I guess it didn't really stick. Fair enough. Oh yes, and then these ambushers, because all the enemies around here have respawned by now. Oh, this is great though, because I used the skill that drew more aggro. But man, when they get knocked back like that, it makes it a little bit more complicated. I need to remember what was the Gambit combo that did that. It's a very essential thing if you want to be a tank, I think. So you draw more threat towards you. Ooh, what is this skill? Goad. Goes nearby targets to attack the Warden, dealing light damage over time. So that's a good one too. Well, again, I don't know if I want to be looking into these skills too deeply because I don't know if I'm gonna focus with the Warden for now. Wow, did you see that? That Bimble Weaver died mid-air. It played a death animation just as it was landing. That was fun to watch. That was fun to see. Now there is an eventful battle. That's an action-filled battle right there. I love it. Just because LOTRO is an old-school MMO in terms of the battle system doesn't mean it can be action-filled like that. Let's attack this one next. Preemptive strike, preemptive strike. Offense is the best defense here. And we are finally getting out of danger, I think. Hopefully we're getting close to the end of it. If this tree recovers, I think it will help. The walking tree has escaped from Love's Grove. Nice. Yes, I think this tree will be able to maybe keep the forest in better shape than it is right now with the spiders. And also keep the spiders in check a little bit. Let's use the run speed boost. To at least keep using it before I become level 15. Which is my final level for that. I forget if that means that at level 15 I can't use it anymore, or if level 15 is the last one in which I can use it. So let me read about the stances here a little bit more. Just stands to deal with enemies in melee combat. Just tends to attack from afar. Right, okay. One is melee, one is ranged. Okay. For the most part, I don't see myself switching to the ranged one that much. It is true that I have some battles in which I stay ranged all the time, but that's only because I'm able to kill them before they get to me. Especially when I use ambush, which stuns them for a little bit, and then I use the trilogy, the Trinity here of Mark Target, then Hampering Javelin, then Warning Shot. Yeah, that can be really helpful. And if I use Warning Shot before they get to me, that can be good too, because it reduces their attack. So by the time they attack me, their attack has already been reduced. See, these are the sorts of things I need to pay more attention to, and I'm trying to do that. And that's the very thing I'm doing right now. Even if I'm not gonna fully get into the Warden class, well, again, that depends on the decision we make when we finally have played through the Yonder Shire and through ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕒 with the Brawler class. But when we finally decide, yeah, I want to make a poll in which we have 11 choices between all my 11 characters, one for each class. And, oh, let's remove this from the tracker. I forgot to buy those fireworks. I think I'm just not going to do it. I think I'm just not going to do that quest. What quest did they remove from my tracker? This one. The very one I just finished. We have a lot of players around here because it's the party tree, so there's a lot of quests related to the anniversary around. I wish I had time to play in the anniversary, but I just don't. Not this year. I mean, the last 2 years, I think I haven't even played at all on the anniversary. So at least this time I'm playing the game more, and I'm able to have some steel tokens. Better than nothing, I would say. Let's talk to Sheriff Robin Smallborough. Again.
Hello there.
Quite a tale you tell. Sounds more like one of those stories about the old forest than something we'd find in the Westfar thing. I think we'll need to be wary of stray spiders in the area for quite some time, but it sounds like you've taken care of the worst of them. Though you needn't have made up all that about a walking tree. Well done, anyhow. Oh, Sheriff Smallborough, how can you be so naive saying these sorts of things? I should be the sheriff here, if you're gonna be like that. Well, there's a reason why Machai is eventually gonna get out of the Shire, into bigger adventures. She shouldn't be bound here, if she's gonna be more willing to believe these tales that, yes, are actually true. Now that I remember though, let's sell my extra stuff that I don't need, and get some repairs while we're at it. Let's get the repairs here. Anything that is worth buying back though. Oh, the mushroom pie! Yeah, we can consume the mushroom pie now. It's a good time to be doing that. In combat... okay. I'll take that later, when I take all my other food and stuff. But before that, I can still take one drink of my meat. Maybe I should have bought more of that to get more drinks for the road. When I was there in the Abbey Bush Inn, but that's alright. I am on duty, but that doesn't mean I can't drink. I'm still doing fine. I don't know, are the Bounders not allowed to drink while on duty? I feel like it's a different culture with the Hobbits. They're more cheerful and merry kind of folk. But they can allow a little bit of drink as long as they don't muddle their wits, right? Yeah. Bounders can be like that as long as they don't get overly drunk. That they can't recognize a goblin. They can't tell a goblin from a hobbit, and they end up skewering a hobbit by accident. Now that would be dreadful. We don't want that. I see a quest ring inside the Green Dragon. Well, let's see what they have to say. Ah, the Green Dragon! The first thing that comes to mind is just Green Dragon Friday now. But since I stream on Fridays during that time, I just can't participate in it. One thing I guess I could do is like stream LOTRO on Friday and then stream it. There's nothing stopping you from streaming Green Dragon Friday if you are in it. And in fact, I have done that, but I'd rather be doing that, letting them know I'm going to stream it. Everybody's nice though. No, few people, if any, really mind about it. but I'd rather like inform Lina or inform anybody in it, like, hey, I'm going to be streaming that, is that okay? And wait for their answer before. The Green Dragon has the finest beer.
Might I have a word with you?
Well, I suppose you like a mug of our justly famous Green Dragon's Breath beer? Well, with plenty and to spare. But say, I've heard of you around the Shire. They say you're good at solving problems. Well, I've got a little problem of my own. The annual 4 Farthings Brewing Moot is coming up, and old Gerd wants to enter some of our special reserve in the judging. But the thing of it is, for the special, Gerd uses old barrels from ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒 that the dwarves use for brandy. Every year, a dwarf merchant he knows delivers a barrel. This year though, it seems that the poor fellow was waylaid by huge beastly spiders near Overhill, and in his hurry to get away, he lost the barrel from his wagon. I wonder if you can head up to Overhill and look to the northwest of town for the barrel. It would mean a lot to Gerd to enter the judging with his best beer. Ah. Before that,
Do you
Sonomaini,
need something? Speak
let me see
up.
what you have to offer right now. Oh, look at that! 1404 Vintage Reserve. Let me see that. That's gonna muddle my wits, I think. Let's get more mead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. A frothy pint of ale, a flagon of white wine, flagon of red wine. They're gonna give me the Green Dragon's Breath Ale after that. Some small beers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, she's a heavy alcohol drinker, Machai. Let's take that beer then. Lock them all, lock them all. Lock them all right now. Alright, yeah, before I forget, I'm just gonna consume that pie. I might end up wasting it because 10 minutes is a very short time. Like, I should do it before I get into combat, right? Like, right before it. But I'm not going to, because I'm probably just gonna forget before that. I might as well take it now, when I am aware of it, when I am remembering to consume it. Okay, before we do that though, we have other things to do around here. Let's talk to Cam Puttyfoot. I always go for whatever quest is the nearest. But I'm not immediately gonna go over there yet. I think we have to return around the area we were in, with the spiders, Overhill, yeah. Or not. I don't see anything that indicates it's this area, so maybe not. Well, whatever. I'll be going to Butchford. There's gonna be way more spiders laying, don't you worry about that when we get to the scary quarry! Lyran, hello!
We'll die for our king, we'll die for our king, and our souls will be stained by their blood. We'll die for our king, we'll die for our king,
And our swords will be stained by their blood. Lyran 1986, once again, dropping the invasion from another dimension. Hello again, Lyran, Anubis, everybody from Lyran's channel. It is good to have you here once again with the invasion from another dimension. You have come at a most fortuitous time as we're adventuring through the Shire. What did you do today, Lyran? Let me give you a shout out right there. A little superstar showcase for you. Ah, yes, through the Lord of the Rings Online, what did you do today in that dimension? Let me introduce myself, though. Welcome, everybody, from Lyra's channel. With the invasion from another dimension, I am the superstar host of this channel, the multi-dimensional ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕠𝕟𝕤, a sentient star cluster burning to the worlds of VTubing and idling and more in this human-ish form that you see before you. It's great to have you here. You are most welcome here. You spent over 3 hours wiping. What did you do? Were you doing a raid? An instance? When you say wiping, do you mean that you and your party died? I'm sorry to hear that, but it happens. Ah, tier 4. Instance Houses of Rest. It's a newer one, isn't it? Hold on, let me see the update. I still have the update notes here. Yeah, it's one of the newer ones, right? Fate of Gundabad, was it? Don't remember. But yeah, tier 4. That's gonna be a tough one. Were you able to clear it eventually? Or do you have to stop the stream before that? But yeah, welcome everybody. Again, Anubis. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for the raid. Large invasion force right there. It's had a lot of adjustments following the patch yesterday. Ah, yes, let me see. The update 32 notes. News and notes. Quest and adventure areas. Raids, miscellaneous. I don't see it here, but I'm just skimming over it. I'm not really reading the note. A little bit for Fate of Gundabad, War of Three Peaks. I'm seeing some things in here. I think it's worth reading this, actually. That's why I'm saving it for later. You stopped in the end. It was the night for. It was not the night for completing it. Ah, I feel you. I feel you. Perfectly understandable. I hope you have better luck and success next time. Oh, thank you, Anubis. Thank you. Yes, I know I do. Aren't I just a handsome-looking fellow? A superstar-looking fellow? Absolutely. What's really cool about my... What I'm really proud about my avatar right now is that the outfit I'm wearing right now has 5 different color variations. Because I can modify it easily. I can easily modify this outfit to have all sorts of color variations. I can have... like an infinite number of them, I guess, but I'm not gonna go that far. Especially since I have a particular color scheme. There's no need to go haywire. For now, maybe. But yeah. You recall, I am very into tea. You recall correctly, little redhead. Good to see you again. With tea dreaming right here, I was discussing earlier on the stream about all sorts of tea things. I'm thinking of having a whole stream, actually, dedicated to talking about tea and watching tea videos. Because I was also thinking... And it's very fitting that I say this when I'm playing a Hobbit character. I want to have I think I'm going to have a stream next week talking about food and watching food videos. I saw another streamer do that, and it was actually fun. Like, there's great YouTube channels, like, showing the process of how they make some food. Like, there's this Korean street food channel that just shows the food being made without any commentary. Just showing it. And it's like, it's so good, so mouth-watering. That would be delightful. Oh, yes. I love that pun. I love that pun. That would be delightful. I'm gonna write that down. Hold on. I'm gonna steal that from you, little redhead. I'm gonna write that down. That would be delightful. Delightful. Yeah, actually, pay attention to the name of my character. Her name is Machai. Matcha and chai combined. And take a look at the name of my corgi. I didn't come up with this one. That was from a dear friend of mine, Adam, here on the channel. Mighty, the chestnut corgi. They make a fantastic duo, Machai and Mighty. There you go. So yeah, the food stream could be fun too. They could be both one, but I feel like the food stream is enough for like an entire stream, and then the tea stream or drink or tea-like drinks in general is enough for one stream. Like even an entire 3 hours at least, that's enough. So combining them even is overkill. I think I'm gonna have one of those streams for next week, scheduled for next week. But let's talk to Camp Pottyfoot.
How do you do?
Saltpeter, I got mounts of it, but I tell you what, I got other problems too. Long as you're here, I'm going to ask you to take care of them for me before I send that saltpeter over to Hyacinth's place. Yeah, sure. I am a bounder. I am bound to that duty, am I not?
Could I take a moment of your
You know, at least, hey, level up. Can we get an exclamation mark level up in the chat for that? Level 14 now. Wonderful. By the time I finish the Shire, I want to be as high level as possible because I want to go immediately to the Yonder Shire with this character after we finish everything in the Shire. This character is a new Hobbit Warden character that I created. Well done, Anubis. Thank you for that. And because of this, it's a great opportunity to go to the Yonder Shire immediately when I finish everything. So that's what we're doing right now. We're going to finish everything there is to do in terms of quests and story in the Shire. And then we're going to go to the Yonder Shire if we're able. But we may not be level 20 by that time. So I might need to do like a little bit of... You know what I could do maybe? I could maybe do the Slayer Deeds to get a little bit more of experience. Right now I'm using an experience booster, so maybe that will help. One of the few times I will go out of my way to level up. Otherwise, I don't really bother leveling up that much. I'm not the type to grind, because for now it's not the objective I have in LOTRO. I'm here for the quests, I'm here for the story, etc, etc. And to be an alcoholic, and to experience all the classes. Because after we finish with this character in the Yonder Shire, I'm gonna create the one class I haven't done yet, which is the Brawler. I found a pleasant surprise today. I don't know how long this has been around, but for those who are not aware, the Brawler class and Fate of Gundabad are finally available for LOTRO points in the LOTRO store. Can somebody tell me if the Fate of Gundabad, if the version of Fate of Gundabad that you find in the LOTRO store includes the Brawler class and the character slot? Because it looks like it doesn't. And if it doesn't, that's perfectly fine with me. Because I don't need to buy the Gundabad content for now. I just need the Brawler class. I just want the Brawler class for now. So there's a package that gives you like 1,950 LOTRO points right now. Because they have double LOTRO points until May 8th. And it seems like a good deal because it will give me literally just enough for Yonder Shire and the Brawler class. And that's all I will need. Oh, you're considering doing a stream to chat about Eurovision in the next week before it starts? Nice, little redhead. That sounds like a good thing to do. I assume you can't really watch it on the stream, can you? Maybe Eurovision has a special permission. Can you watch Eurovision like on the stream? That could be like in the special events category, right? See here, we got a lot of wolves off in the east and the northeast of Butchford, and lately some of them have gotten into my fields. Put some mighty fear into my pigs, let me tell you. So I want you to rid me of them. Those beastly things are all over my fields, and I'm losing more pigs every day. I'll make sure that Salpeter gets over to Hyacinth, don't you worry. See, he's kinder and less entitled than the other farmer that asked for my help in that way. And hey, this is a real problem. We took care of a similar problem very recently with those wolves. But okay, I think right now is a good time for me to take an AFK break that I need to take right now. There's a couple things I need to take care of. And I also need to take a bio break. So I will leave you with some stream clips and some ads will run in a minute or two. I hadn't checked that in the store, need to see for more details. Yes, right now LOTRO points are double bonus points. Good time to be buying them, especially with the things that are now available for LOTRO points now. And May 8th is the final day though, so they don't have a lot of days left. I don't think you can, it will be a copyright violation, I believe. Yeah, I figured that. But alright everyone, I'll be back in some minutes. As always, stay connected to the multi-dimensional portal. Oh man. At the end of your life, oh my gosh. Like you trip, everything goes gray, like the last thing you see goes still and gray. You see the credits play and you hear that. That's kind of cursed actually. Oh man. I ever have an Oshi in Niji Sanji? That's who that is. My Oshi in Niji Sanji is Pomo Rainpuff. I love her so much. She's the best. She's the best. All the PP energy. We got tiny PP energy. I mean, I think in LOTRO you would be able to say PP energy because it's power points there, right? It's not mana, it's power. And yeah, in Pokemon that's another one. Yeah. And it always says PP, right? I wonder how many streamers are playing Pokemon and reading that aloud. Either intentionally or ironically, I don't know. Yeah. Oh no. Remember, you can add to the quote list. Oh my goodness, what am I doing to myself? What am I doing? Don't clip this. Don't clip this. No. Don't make a quote. Don't clip this. The PP has invaded LOTRO. Oh my goodness. What have I... I don't think there is a way. Doesn't seem like there is. Oh, I love blowing people up like that. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about. It's important. It's important to see if you can interact with the environment in this game. Okay, we can do that. And you take that grenade. Did you see that? Let's go. I love explosions like that. I'm sorry, I just love the grenades like that. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, yes. Yes. No, it's not just the fact that they exploded. Well, they did. Did you see that? Oh, I have to clip that. Oh man, I can't clip that. I can't do that right now. Did you see how they died? All right, now we're at the end game. Oh my lord. Oh, that was so good. I can't clip that. I'm playing. I can't. Where are we? We are hold on, 43 minutes into the stream. I'm gonna try to remember that for the VOD, and I can maybe clip it there. What is that guy doing? Just walking there briskly. No, like they used the oh, that's what I'm talking about. Will I be able to win this fight just by fighting range like this? I think the enemy just has no way to get to me. That was so funny. Oh, and we leveled up. That is so funny. That is so funny. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that level up. Oh, wait. I'm gonna put a stream marker here. Let this be a clip. Indeed. Oh, Force Storm. Ah, yes, 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 yes. Oh, yes. That's my AoE. Yes, Boron, you are right. Unlimited power. There is only passion. Peace is a... I can already do a video with what I'm doing right now. But I think they may be better if I get more of a following. Otherwise, people are not gonna care for this random to just stare at your face like that. Stare into your soul in this way. Like so. Yeah. Like, why would a random person just see the beauty and madness of the cosmos like this? Why would they? Now.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Many believe that the strength of the bar guests lay in their howl. While it is true their howls are dangerous, the power of their eyes is equally dangerous. With but a gaze, they have been known to strike a deep fear into their victims that can kill them. I would ask you to seek out bar guests and collect their eyes. I will pay you handsomely for this bounty. And what do you want to do with their eyes, may I ask? You're just saying all of this bad stuff about their eyes, and you're not even saying what you want them for. What are you doing, lady? Edith Sweet Rose, what the hell are you doing with her eyes? You sound like a witch. A witch in Middle Earth. What the heck are you gonna do? That is so suspicious. Susie Baka. What the heck? What is that about? What the heck is this about? Yes, Susie Baka right here, this witch. Then the last stream and then this one. I'm not entirely sure though. Let's do a treasure hunt though. That's my Kaiden. I knew you'd be down to do something weird like this. What's that supposed to mean? What the hell is that supposed to mean, Raymond? I'll take that as a compliment. Oh man. Raymond really does know me. And we only aggroed one bear. Thank you for waiting, everyone. A longer AFK break than usual because I take care of some things usually at this time. Not every day though, but a day like today, yes. Now yes, what were we up to? The Salpeter, the wolves. The wolves in Puttyfoot's field. I see a lot of quest rings around here. So there is no shortage of things to do. Oh, actually one of these may be the pie quest. Related to the pie quest chain. Well, not really a quest chain, but the pie quests from the rotten pies that you have to re-deliver back to the pie maker. I forget her name. I forget a lot of names. But what have you all been up to, maniacs? LOTRO maniacs? Have you traveled to other dimensions? What have you been up to in LOTRO lately? Have you taken advantage of the anniversary festival to get some good stuff? Because I don't think I'm gonna be playing that much this year. I just don't have the time. But at least I got a few steel tokens, which I usually just redeem for a ton of marks, which I usually use for cosmetics. Lord of the Fashion Online. Yeah.
Good day. Might I have a word with you?
It used to be that harvest flies were just a nuisance. They chew on our crops and cause some damage, but you learn to live with them. Recently though, the harvest flies have gone so far as to attack hobbits in the marsh. I don't know what has them stirred up so, but whatever it is, I wish it hadn't. If you can deal with our harvest fly problem, I'd really appreciate it, Bounder. I hear there's a whole nest of them on the Yale Height, a hill a fair piece to the south and east of Butchford. It's not very far northeast of Woodhull. There are 3 old pillars atop the Yale Height, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. The trouble with harvest flies, alright. And I should probably remove the quests that are not around. Oh shoot! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! I have a time... What? Hold on. The lunch basket. Is there... Oh, jeez, that scared me. I thought there was a time limit because I'm seeing a little... I'm not sure if you all can see it, but these numbers here, but they're from the buff bars add-on. Oh, jeez, that scared me. Because you have to bring a lunch basket to someone. I was like, what? This timer has been going on. But no, it's nothing like that. Jeez. It scared me so much. No, yeah, let's remove this from the tracker, actually. And we'll add this one. A little glitch that the buff bars add-on has. Still a good add-on. Let's see, I'm gonna get a cut of superior roast pork since those things are running out though. Now is the time to be using fortifying, cooked, and trail food. Let's go also for a superior fried mushroom. And finally, carrot soup. I don't think I've ever had carrot soup in my life. Has anyone had it? These are the sorts of things that are interesting me in doing that food stream that I was talking about. Uh-oh. I muddled my wits. Hold on, let me hear this. Oh my god, that is so cute! I've never heard the hobbit, the female hobbit, drunken babble before. That is so cute! Hold on, let's listen. I should not be drinking on the job like this, but my gosh, it's so cute. Kawaii! And I muddled my wits for like 5 minutes. 4 more minutes at like this. But hey, she can handle it. She holds her alcohol very well.
Could I take a moment of your time?
I'm in desperate need of your help. Look what I found stuck in my door this morning. Look at this. It is such a strange arrow. The head is certainly a hobbit make, although very, very old. The arrow shaft, though, bears a resemblance to those made by big folk. Why would someone do this? What does this mean? It looks like the arrow came from somewhere directly north of here, near the hedge gate leading to the green fields. I'm too frightened to go over there. Who knows what is lurking there? But could you go there for me and see what you can find? Sure. I have nothing to fear when I am drunk like this. Oh my god, seriously, listen to her. So cute. I just can't get over it. It's so cute. Hold on, let's listen. That makes me realize there's many other like drunken babbles I haven't heard. A female man. I don't think I've heard that yet. Probably. Yeah. Because I don't think I have a female man. Unless it's the same as I'm Bjorning, because my Bjorning is female, so I can listen to it with her. With Molhana. This makes me realize, let's sort the inventory. But it's just so lovely to have this in the background while I quest.
Can I take a moment of your time?
I have to tell you, I have a real problem. The hands say they've seen one of those black cloaked big folks that have been riding to and fro, lurking around my pigsties by night. I've been thinking about selling this farm to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕒𝕒𝕒 Sackbell Baggins, and this Black Rider business makes me want to sell out all the more. I'm just happy ℂ𝕠𝕒 still wants to buy, considering all the queer outsiders coming through the Shire. But I'm still not sure what's going on. It may be the hands are just scared of shadows. I want you to find out for me. Please go to the sty south of here by the stream at night and see what there is to see, if anything. I remember this Black Rider quest. Another funny thing happening, but it has to be at night, and right now it's noon, so it's still a while before that. It's midnight here, so time for me to go. Alright, little redhead. Thank you for being here. As before, I'll see you around. Have a good night. I'll see you around. Let's see, Sapphira.
Father, but may I speak with you?
Oh, yeah, this is one of the pie quests, you see? Let's do this. Let's do this right now, and then we'll return for the other stuff. Oh, I see you're interested in that pie. It was baked by Holly Hornblower in Hobbiton. Usually they smell delicious, but that one smells a bit strange for some reason. Ah, spoiled berries. So that's why it smells a bit funny. Thank you for telling me, friend. Would you mind taking the pie back to Holly in Hobbiton? I certainly don't want the pie baked with bad berries. Her home is north of the main square in Hobbiton. Oh, and tell Holly to not work herself to death. Poor thing works night and day making those pies of hers. Very well. This quest will be a little bit more difficult with this state, although it's gonna run out in like 40 seconds. Let's see, where's the pie? Shoot, I need to put it in the quest tracker. Where is it? Let's remove. It's so lovely to listen to her. Some of the other drinks may muddle my wits still. Oh yeah, and when I complete that Green Dragon quest, they're gonna give me the Green Dragon's Breath Ale, if that was the name. Which is probably gonna be just as strong as that. Oh, whoops, hold on. Ah, I'm going in the wrong direction! You see? Every time you do one of these quests, you have to put it as the quest guide focus to ensure that you have the arrow pointing you in the right direction. It's a little bit of a challenge because it takes a little bit of time away from you when you have to put it as the quest guide focus. Now the next challenge will be avoiding those hungry hobbits, avoiding the water, avoiding the enemies. Now we're back to doing the types of quests that will not give me a steel token. See, I may not be participating in the anniversary festival directly, but just defeating enemies on my level will give me steel tokens. So that's a very good thing. Should I cross the water? I think I should cross the water right now. So let's go to those stones over there. Because I think it's on the other side. Hold on. Can I cross the water here? It's a little bit challenging, but I can do it. Uh-oh. Wait. Ah! This is the challenging part. Ugh! I rubber banded there a little bit. So that's why it kind of freaked me out. One of the worst times to be rubber banding. Look at those lovely sunflowers though. I always notice the sunflowers around the Shire more than ever because of the quests that they have in the Spring Festival related to them. One of my favorite festival quests ever. If not my absolute favorite. But my favorite festival is, ironically, the one I'm not doing right now, which is the Anniversary Festival. The fireworks activity is great. It's just great to just chill doing it while listening to music. Trust me, it's a great experience. You'd be surprised how well that experience fits together and what kind of music fits for that. A while ago, I made some tweets related to that were like some footage of the fireworks festival with some other music. Completely unrelated to LOTRO and Middle Earth, but it fit. And also the beer brawl, yeah, the beer brawl in Doran's Hall. I haven't done either of those at all this year. But I just don't think I'm gonna have the time. Because all I'm gonna play right now for the stream, I wanna continue focusing on the Shire questing and then the Yonder Shire, etc, etc. Oh, whoops, gotta be careful here. I'd rather not take fall damage. That will slow me down. I don't think it will make me drop the pie. But still, the slowing down is bad. Let's pay attention though, a hungry hobbit is very nearby. Quite nearby. The minimap says so. And here we are by the green dragon, so we could stop by for more drinks. Actually, right after I deliver this pie, I'm gonna take a drink. I should take a drink of mead or small beer. That will be good. Yeah, I could even craft some of those with my cook, Grizzleberg. But it requires more logistics because I also have to like craft the ingredients with my farmer, Bolston. I have other characters that are also farmers, but like the one that is actually focused on doing that crafting is Bolston, my hunter, who is also a woodsman. I think that's the name of the vocation that gives you woodworker. Hold on. Let me focus on this. What was the name? Woodworker, farmer, and the other one. Good, you have found another one of those bad pies. Thanks, friend. And what was the other one? Forester. There we go. Woodworker, forester, and farmer. Maybe my favorite out of all of the vocations because it's very self-sustainable. Like, it's one of the best ones to go for your first ever vocation, for your first ever character. If you want to get introduced to the way the crafting professions work, because the woodworker profession provides for the... No, wait. What am I saying? No, wait. No, yeah, forester provides for woodworker, and then farmer, and the other half of forester, if you will, provides for other players. So you never have to rely on other players, and you get to provide for other players. Or, well, other characters. Other characters of yours. But when you go for something like armorsmith, like I did first, you have prospector, which will provide for your metal smithing. But you also have... What was the name? Leatherworker? Well, whatever the name is, it is one that relies on other players, so it's the other side of the coin. Still, this is a great system that I always like. The crafting social system is great. Too bad, for the most part, it's not really used that much nowadays across players because alcoholism is a thing and the game is a little bit old at this point, to the point that players are not necessarily going to interact that much in the earlier levels for something like that. Or at least that's been my experience. Like, if you want to get crafting ingredients, you either get them with another character, or you don't get them by somebody crafting them for you and trading. Rather, they are stored in a kinship's vault, which is fine too, that's a wonderful thing as well. But it's not quite the immediate social experience. Nevertheless, it's just, I'm not complaining or anything, I'm just mentioning it. The way the economy works regarding that. I remember when the legendary servers first launched, how I didn't play them, so this is what I heard. How some players were delighted that it was increasing those kinds of social interactions, like people were actually crafting things for each other and helping each other out like that. Making a party together to go to Anuminas, and then they're like, hey, can you craft this helmet for me? I noticed that you're a metalsmith, and oh yeah, I'll craft a helmet for you. Maybe you can craft a spear for me, and hey, here you go. That sort of thing. Oh, we have a cook in the party. Hey, hold on. Let's stop by a cooking fire and get food for everyone. Yes, let's go. Right? I wish I could have gone through that experience. But I wasn't a VIP, nor did I have time to justify a VIP subscription at the time. I just realized I have 2 more skills in here. Let me see. Force March boosts non-combat movement speed. This skill deactivates when entering combat. Does this stack up with... Hold on. Let's put it... We can put it here. And what is this? Force March boosts non-combat movement speed. Oh no, careful step, moving stealth briefly. Let's put it here. I think I can put this over here. This is similar to the... Is this similar? Hold on, does this have a duration? So it's just like the Hunter Find the Path skill, except it's only for yourself, not the whole party. Hey, look at that! Look at that! That's actually very fast. I like it. Thank you for the lurk from the shadows, Aurelian. Great to have you. Okay, yeah, let's finally get into combat and begin addressing the Harvest Fly problem. Yeah, like, we should really now use that speed boost all the time. Oh, actually, we need to trigger it every time. It would be then good to have it in a keybind. Yeah, like Ctrl+0, like that. Yeah, but, okay. So that's the caveat. Besides the single player caveat, like find a path from the hunter is still better because you don't have to reactivate it every time after you exit combat, and it's for the whole party, not just for you when you activate that. I see. And I mean, yeah, like if I have the next enemy I'm going to kill nearby, there's no reason to activate it because I'm gonna get back into combat immediately after. So let's do that right now. Fight! Bring it on, Harvest Fly. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, creature, but you have been a nuisance to folk around here. I must get rid of you. Wait. Are these wolves part of the quest? No, they're not. Okay. It's in Poddyfoot's fields. So yeah, it's not around here. Wow, did you see that damage? That's why that battle went so fast. Let's use the speed boost. And it works while I'm swimming too. Wonderful. We don't want to get too far away from where we were, so let's go toward Poddyfoot's fields as well. While we're looking for these harvest flies. Since I... Oh, wait. Let's get to this one first. Since I've mentioned the hunter, this is also a good time to mention how a hunter class would be so good here too, because I would have the skill to track enemies. Which, yeah, would just be a very OP thing to have. I keep saying, the most OP class in the game is the hunter, because of the quality of life. Not talking about the combat, though they're good at that too, but just the overall package of quality of life, being able to be a taxi everywhere, being able to have faster movement speed, and then track enemies. And I think there's one more thing I missed, but I forgot. Another class that I could consider OP in a different way could be maybe the Bjorning class, because they can be any role that they wish to be, depending on their specialization. They can be a tank, they can be a healer, they can be DPS. Whichever one they set their mind to. Any class that's like that in an MMORPG is always a lot of fun. What is the class in WoW? Druid, right? Druid is very similar. Not just because they can be any role, but also because they can transform into a bear if they wish. Very different circumstances, but like, it's one that is able to morph into a bear and is very closely tied to nature and all that. There's a very clear comparison there with the Bjorning. For sure. What other classes are there in other MMOs that you know of, Maniacs? Let me know in the chat. Like, I don't think there's anything like that in the Old Republic. There's no single class in SWTOR that can be... Well, they changed the game a little bit more now. Maybe it's a little bit different now with the changes they did in the most recent expansion, but I don't think there's one that can be all the three Holy Trinity MMO roles. All of them at the most have 2, and that's it. Yeah, let's go towards Poddyfoot's fields. And then, well... Yeah, we still have the harvest flies around here, so this works out perfectly. Perfect. And if anybody's watching that is just joining us for the first time, and you like what you're watching, do hit that follow button. We have recently exceeded the 400 follower mark, and we had a special stream to mark that occasion. Now the next milestone will be 500, of course. Now that's a great number. Half 1,000? Let's fucking go. Pardon my cursing. It is an 18+ channel, right? Ethan W, I hope I said the name right. You're a superstar. Thank you for that follow. And of course, check out all my other social media if you are more interested in it. Next week, I'm gonna have my first ever YouTube stream. YouTube live stream. I have other kinds of videos in there, mostly vocal covers, which I am planning to do more of in the future. But live streams are finally gonna come to YouTube. I finally, you know, sooner than later, I had to be in it. And I feel like I'm already getting a bit late into the game, so yes. I need to really go for a YouTube live stream next week. And I believe it's gonna be a Japanese learning live stream. The beauty about just saying Japanese learning is that we can do anything. So this Saturday, for example, not on YouTube but here on Twitch, I have a Duolingo stream focused on learning Japanese. But it's only Duolingo. On the other hand, this is also the advantage of doing it on YouTube, that I don't have to necessarily set a category. Because when I go for learning Japanese in just any way possible, and not just with Duolingo, or a game that has a category on Twitch, I can just do all sorts of things. But the problem with doing that on Twitch is that I wouldn't necessarily have a category for that, I think. I don't think they have a Japanese or a language learning category. So yeah. That's the advantage of doing it on YouTube. They do have categories to an extent though. When you scroll down, you see that if somebody is playing a video game, they mark it. And they show you a little bit of information of that game. I've got to say, another reason why I figured it was about time, it was overdue to go into YouTube for live streams, is because they're stepping up their game for live streams. It seems they're finally going to start implementing YouTube rates, and there's rumors that they may have gift subs, or rather gift memberships, over there. If they do that, and Twitch does not step up their game and they continue to make some of the pitfalls they've been doing lately, YouTube is going to murder, absolutely assassinate Twitch. Which is obviously not a good thing. Not a good thing to happen. It's heartbreaking. It broke my heart to see Mixer have to fold, you know? For those of you who remember Mixer, or who were aware of it, I think it was a fine platform. I liked it. And there are some things in there that they did before Twitch that Twitch later implemented, like channel points. And they did it even better because they mixed it in with their own microcurrency. You know, I don't think Twitch has done much crossover, if any, between bits and channel points. And I think they should do more of that. So yeah, that was a great thing they did, and then Twitch implemented it, which I am glad for, but still. The point here is that, what a heartbreaking thing. I wish Mixer were still around. I liked it. I never did get to stream there. I considered it. I never did. Would have been a nice milestone to do, to say that I did at least one stream on Mixer before it went down, but that's okay. I hope in the future another streaming platform can come up. I don't want a monopoly to ever happen on the live streaming sphere. That would suck. That would really suck. Because if YouTube kills Twitch, well, that's something that might happen. I mean, YouTube already has a sort of monopoly on, like, videos, right? On videos like that. Sort of. And thank you for bearing through the ad break that we're gonna have right now. We have an ad break every 90 seconds. Sorry, every 30 minutes for 90 seconds, because that allows pre-roll ads to be off. For example, when a raid comes up like we had earlier, so that when everybody comes to the channel, they don't have to suffer through some ads or anything. Of course, the little money I get from them is good too. That does stack up. But that's not the reason why I'm doing it. If that were the only reason, I would just let them run automatically whenever Twitch wants to do them. You know, considering they're not that frequent. Or I would do them every 2 hours or so, I don't know. But yeah, it's really helpful to do it like this. Moobot is also very helpful for that.
Dear me, please don't leave yet.
Oh shoot, I should have probably gotten these quests before, because it probably involved some other monsters, some other enemies that I needed to kill where I was. But okay, things are not good in Butchford, Magi. A pack of wolves has made its way into the Shire, and there's talk that there might be more on the way. I'm worried that my farm will soon be attacked, but more than that, all Shire folk are threatened by the presence of these wolves. And I saw... well, it's probably not important. Never mind. Anyway, I came into town looking for help, but you should go talk with my husband, Milo, back at our farm. Just head up the hill and cut east across the fields until you see our farm. Milo will probably be out behind the house, keeping an eye on the nearby ruins where the wolves have holed up. I see another quest ring round here. A taste for pork. Yeah, this is definitely an area where they distribute pigs for pork, for like sausages, bacon, all of that stuff. This is where the pig farms of the Shire are, maybe.
Good day.
Hello there. You could hear all the yelping and howling a mile off. Good job. Take this pack of saltpeter I made up back to Hyacinth and tell her there's plenty more where that came from. Glad to be of help, and Puttyfoot, thank you, Mr. Puttyfoot, for providing the saltpeter. He's an entirely different thing than the other entitled farmer who just forced me to do things for little reward.
How do you do?
Well, that's a relief, Magi. I don't know what's caused the harvest flies to begin attacking people, and I don't think I want to know. I just wanted to calm down and leave the good folk of the marriage alone. Let's see, should we get these shoes? No, let's get the heart biscuits. And yes, I'm already running out of the food I have. I still have this one here, though, this trail food. So, let's see. This is cooked food. We can take it. Let's consume the mathom thingy for the reputation. Let's get superior fried mushrooms. Oh, wait. Ah, well, never mind. It's too late. It was the trail food again, so I should have paid attention. But that's alright. Let's get a frothy pint of ale. They come in pints. Yes, they come in pints. Actually, did I get that from the Green Dragon? I did, yeah. But no, I was gonna say it's from it's exactly at the place where the scene happened. But no, that's the Prancing Pony. I just kind of mix them up sometimes because the Green Dragon is also very important in the books, at least in the Hobbit. Did it have an appearance in the Lord of the Rings? I'm not sure if it did. I don't remember if like Frodo and company stopped by the Green Dragon at some point or mentioned it before leaving the Shire. If you know, let me know in the chat, because I'm not sure actually. Milo, Milo, Milo. Mr. Bolger, I heard you have a problem.
Mercy me!
Any help is welcome, Magi, and I think we're going to need it. We hobbits of Butchford aren't well suited to dealing with wolves, and the thought of wolves again in the Shire is enough to freeze my blood as solid as the Brandywine during the fell winter. If you can thin the pack a bit, we might have a better chance of keeping them away from the town. You'll find them in those ruins out east of our farm. I hope you can manage it, friend. There are a lot of pigs and hobbits in Butchford, and I'm afraid these wolves would love to have either or both for dinner. Whew, well, hobbits for dinner, that sounds dreadful. Some trolls would probably like the sound of that, but yeah. Yeah, I remember some quest in Monster Play in which you had to kill some of the free peoples for dinner. Like, I think you cut like the ears of some elves or something like that for the sake of dinner. And I was like, wow, these really are monsters. Oh, did I? Huh. That's weird. I thought I aggroed another enemy because like the battle started... It felt like it started like a second or a millisecond before I actually started the animation of throwing the javelin. Huh. It can happen like that sometimes. How is everyone doing though, superstars? What was I talking about earlier? Earlier I was talking about... I was asking everyone, what journeys have you been to lately? What dimensions have you traveled to? Yesterday we went to Star Wars The Old Republic for May the 4th. We originally were going to stream LOTRO, but I realized just a day before that, hey, you know, actually... Oh, take a look at this. This is the work that has been leading them. And yeah, we're gonna have to go back to kill it because... I think that's what the other person was mentioning, that And I think I saw... Never mind. No way I saw that. Something like that. But it's that warg. It's that warg that has stirred up the wolves around here. I think I remember. Here comes the wolf pack. But I can take on more than one enemy. 2 enemies? That's nothing for this tanky bulwark of a hobbit. The hobbit warden bounder of the Shire, Machai. Let's see, this sleeping wolf right here. Well, I'm sorry to give you such a rough awakening, my friend. Time to die. So sorry, not sorry. You are a threat. I am left with no choice. I kind of wish I could have taken it down before it woke up and woke up to me. Like, it would have, it could have been like saying that I killed it without waking it up. I just completely killed it in its sleep. So the poor thing just dies peacefully. Well, I say the poor thing, but they are wolves. They're not exactly like defenseless creatures or anything like that. So yeah, I'm not gonna fight that warg boss right now. Actually, let's get away from it. So we don't fight it. Because I get the feeling they're gonna send me back in here to kill it. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Fall Guys. And then on Saturday we have a Duolingo stream, as I mentioned. But yeah, any other dimensions that you've been into? Besides Middle-earth? Any other games, or really any other movies, series, that's the way you travel through dimensions, my friends. You've been, that you've experienced lately. In very soon we're going to play Final Fantasy 11 and or 14. I think I really want to have a special stream on May 16 because it's the 20th anniversary of Final Fantasy 11. I will be playing it for the first time ever. So, a brand new player, I will be going for the free trial there and trying out the game. See how I do with it. It's a very old school game in terms of difficulty and like the UI and gameplay. So, it could prove to be challenging. At least that's what I heard. I don't know how it's going to be. And I'm looking forward to it. Anything Final Fantasy is always a great experience for me. I've been wanting to play so many of them, but few of them have I actually played. Because, you know, this is a lot of time to invest on. That's why, you know, the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV that so many people have persuaded me to play for so long is something I haven't played yet because I'm so busy with stuff like LOTRO, right? The Old Republic, etc. But I'm very excited to be starting those soon. I don't know how much I'm going to invest in Final Fantasy XI, especially because I'm going to start 14, but still, it's an exciting prospect. Very good, Machai, very good. You have been a tremendous help. There's something queer about these wolves, and you've only begun to fill in the pieces. Hoodie cloak looks nice, but no. Let's get the pork sausages then. There's gonna be extra pork sausages.
Will you hear me out?
So even more food for me to take. Oh my goodness. A few nights ago, we heard the great ruckus. There were wolves fighting among themselves out of the old ruins. Nary a hobbit dared straight out of their holes all night. Soon after the racket died down, a good number of wolves charged through the town, right down the middle of the street if you believe it, and disappeared off to the west. My wife Linda was caught outside when the wolves came through. None of them so much as looked at her. If you go back to Butchford and talk to Linda, she might be able to figure out what's going on. The town's just west of here. These wolves have got me worried something terrible. Someone's likely to get it. Oh boy, that sounds very bad. And before I forget, let's get that speed boost. Yes. Let's see if we can stack it up with the other one. I get the feeling the Novice Mark speed boost is not making a difference anymore. There's not that much time with it remaining, given that I'll become level 15 soon. But that's okay. Did it stack up? I'm not sure. I think it might have. We have plus 5% and we have plus 38%. Hello there, Blimium. Welcome to the channel. Am I new? Am I in the new Shire? I am not. This is the regular Shire area. But eventually, when I get to the right level and when I finish everything in the Shire, my plan is to exactly go into the Yonder Shire with this character. It's a brand new character that I created for the Warden class because I've been making a character of every class. So for the Warden, I went for the Hobbit. I will be doing a Brawler after I finish with her, but not before finishing the Yonder Shire. That's what I want to do first. Yeah, so that is the plan we're doing right now. Indulging in my alcoholism. After we're done with all the 11 characters, what I want to do is to run a poll in which I have everybody vote. I would really appreciate it if you voted. Though it's still going to be a while before we get it, but it would be a vote of all 11 characters for which one you want me to focus on. And I'm probably just going to play that character until the level cap on the stream, or... yeah, probably until like the end of the content right now, which is like Fate of Gundabad, or... well, the stuff they're going to release soon. What was it? The Hidden Horde of Apnankara raid. Some other things like that.
Dear me, what do you want?
Milo told you about the wolves passing through Butchford. I thought he might. Well, I was a short way out of town when I saw a huge wolf standing on a hilltop. It seemed to be digging on the sole of the hill with its great paws. Then he leaped down the hill and was gone. I started on my way home as fast as I could, but as I neared the edge of Butchford, at least a dozen wolves came running right through the middle of town. I thought I was done for, but they just ran on, like I wasn't there at all. I think it might have something to do with the wolf I saw on the hilltop. It was the ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟, I'm sure of it. That's to the southeast of here, way down across Stock Road, not far northeast of Woodhall. The wolf was standing by the 3 pillars atop the hill. You might find something there. Yes, that wolf you were talking about is no wolf at all. That's no wolf. It's an Angmar warg. That's no moon, it's a space station. But yes. I believe it is that warg right there. It's so lovely to have this run speed, by the way. I think I'm not gonna be mounting that much. Because this is like 100 meters away only. So yeah, mounting would be just extra time that I have to take to mount. Or actually, this may be a different enemy, but we did have that special warg right there. You know what? Let's just ignore this aggro. I think we can just ignore it. Ah, but there's a lot of harvest flies here. I think we may still need to fight them. How about you, ℠𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕠𝕠? Have you been doing anything in the Yonder Shire yet? Or anything new that has been added? Or perhaps the anniversary festival? What have you been up to as of late? In the LOTRO dimension of Middle Earth? The ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠. Rune inscribed color. Yeah. So it probably is related to that warg after all. I'm just doing like a bunch of button mashing randomly. Not really going for a particular gambit or combo. Gotta be a bit more mindful of them. Yeah, like this one I think it's to draw more aggro. There's no need to do something like that in this situation, right? Yeah, one of those that deals more damage might be a good gambit to go for. I also like going for those that deal more light damage. It's good to add that type of damage as well, because it adds it over time. A rune inscribed color. Oh, you know what the downside is though to getting into combat like this is that I can't use my run speed boost. That's where the novice mark does come in. Yes. Yes. But yeah, let's use that now. Let's use that now. It's good to be able to have the mounts though, at this early level. I think a lot of players have them now though. But it used to be that I only had it because of a starter pack I got so many years ago. When I first started LOTRO in 2015. There was a starter pack going around on this website that gave these sorts of things for a bunch of MMOs. And it was permanent, like lifetime unlocks for any character I make in any server. And one of those unlocks is having the writing trait already from the get-go. I mean, as soon as you get out of the introduction area.
Oh, gracious me.
You found this in the dirt on that hilltop. This is a color match, eh? Who could possibly be strong enough to put a collar on a wolf like the one I saw that night, much less want to? And how strong must the wolf have been to remove it? I can't read the letters that are inscribed on the collar, but they sure look unpleasant to me.
Goodness, could you help me with something?
They say that elves sometimes pass through the Shire on their way to the White Towers or to the sea, or so the old tales go if you care for such things. My husband says he spoke with an elf camp in the forest near Woodhall, to the southwest. They say elves know a lot about all writing and such. Perhaps if my Milo wasn't seeing things that weren't there, that elf might be able to read the letters. Woodhall is south of Butchford, and the elf was supposedly camped on the hill overlooking the town. I hope he'll be able to help. I don't mind saying that I'm simply terrified of the wolves. It's these kinds of things that make me wonder. How legendary, how mythical are the elves meant to be for Shire folk? Or at least for certain Shire folk, right? I just really need to reread those parts of the book, but I recall Sam being absolutely in wonder at elves because they were like a myth to him. And he wasn't alone on that. Like, Frodo believing in elves as much as he did was exceptional because Bilbo already had experience with them. Oh yeah, mounts are great, you travel so much faster, for sure. So I like having this run speed boost. At the end of the day, when I use this to mount up, it feels like I'm taking longer. It feels like I'm taking time away. And so if I have a good run speed boost, I'd rather just quote-unquote save the time. But it's really not that much time, right? Not that much time added to it. It's kind of like when you're looking for the remote for the TV and you spend a long time looking for it instead of getting up to change the channel on the TV manually. Well, that's something of an old school thing to say. Maybe it doesn't happen as much these days, but still, you get the idea, I hope. Instead of being more efficient with your time.
What do you need?
Welcome, Hobbit. I am Arthur of Rivendell. It is not often that I entertain guests at this place. What is this that you would have me examine? These are evil letters, my friend, but I will read them if it brings understanding. The runes inscribed on the collar identify this creature as a great chieftain of wolves, a warg of Angmar named Logfoot. If Logfoot has broken free of his collar, it is likely he thinks to serve himself rather than his former masters. I do not doubt that the warg was sent forth on some evil errand, but now it seeks to cause evil, some evil on its own behalf.
Will you lend me your ear?
Yes, sometimes you also make your characters run rather than get on the mount. That's if the distance is short and you're in a hurry. Yes, exactly like what I'm doing right now. For some of these quests. Even apart from his masters in Angmar, this warg, Logfoot, is too dangerous to remain unhindered in this land. He has certainly asserted himself as the leader of the local wolf pack, which means he has become an even greater threat. You should gather allies and see... Ooh, this is a fellowship quest. Seriously? You should gather allies and seek him out among his pack. Put an end to this threat as quickly as possible. When the deed is done, you should speak with the hobbit Linda Bolger. Logfoot will be a dangerous foe, but he cannot be allowed to remain so close to so many peaceful hobbits. He has already brought great fear to this land, and it is only the beginning of the harm he may cause. Well, this is the first full fellowship quest I had. Really? I feel like I may be able to handle it on my own. But the key to this, I think, is gonna be to get rid of all the ads, because there's a lot of wolves in that area in close proximity. Logfoot is kind of a patrol, though, so I just have to catch him in the right place during his patrol route. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be challenging, I think. But I am a little bit over-leveled, 3 levels above the quest level, and I am a Warden, so it sounds doable. I'll have to get defensive then, to go for the gambits, that give me that defense. So I go for the shield and stuff, and... Oh yeah, resetting the gambit panel, I forgot about that. I need to remember to use that more often. There's been a few times in which I wanted to use that, but I forgot I had it. I mean, in which I wanted to reset the gambit panel because I'm like, oh wait, I could go for a better gambit than this one. One of my favorite songs from these areas, from like Breland and the Shire. So peaceful. I could just drink some tea and watch the sky while I listen to this. Yeah, be outside. Like if I go outside to drink tea, Like on a table outside on my backyard or something. Something like that. Listening to this song while having some tea would be lovely. I've never done it before. Whoa, look at this one though. I didn't see this enemy before here. Oh yeah, and for example, now is a good time to reset the panel. Or actually no, because now could have been a good time to kick that wolf to interrupt that. The good thing is they only summoned one more ad. That could have been way worse. My corgi just not being harmed at all. Just chilling, watching me. Okay, yeah. We best take care of as many of these as we can. Lockfoot is coming. I gotta take a look at how much health this has, if possible. Oh, and we completed the Wolf Slayer deed. Very nice, very nice. Let's begin by opening with the ambush. I think that will be very helpful. Stunning it. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be very helpful. A great way to start it. But here comes the pain. Here comes the pain. I'm guessing it's gonna pack a hell of a punch. So let's go defensive. We'll do that defensive gambit over there. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Ha ha! That was not as difficult as I thought it would be. I thought like he was gonna be immune to the stun from the ambush attack, and that he was gonna pack more of a punch. But we managed all right. Also because we made sure there were no enemies around us. Otherwise, yeah, having more ads around the area would have been really bad. They make the area very populated with wolves, so that you really have to be careful where you aggro it. I think the intention when they say it's a fellowship quest is that you just go in guns blazing and you aggro like 5 other wolves with that warg right there. So you don't have to take your time trying to aggro Logfoot in the right place. So if this is the case, I may be able to take on that other small fellowship quest I got that I was looking into. Yeah, but this is a different one. It's a stone troll, I think, or what is it that we're gonna face potentially? Yeah, a stone troll. That's a different story. What is the level for that? Level 10. Yeah. By the time we get back to it, we're gonna have a nice enough level, I think, to survive decently.
Dear me.
You slew that great, evil-looking wolf. That is wonderful. I hope you will accept this small token of my gratitude. It's not much, but I am certain that you have saved Butchford and the Shire from a terrible fate. Don't mention it. This is why they need a special bounder like me. A bounder that is specially armored and equipped unlike any other bounder in the Shire. A warden. But eventually, for that very reason, Machai is gonna have to leave the Shire for greener and bigger heights. For greener pastures and bigger heights. Or rather, for pastures that are not as green. Because they are such evil places, like Angmar. Or they are very damaged places. Like maybe the North Downs, I don't know. Like I keep saying because of the character that she's supposed to be. A bounder. A bounder that's proudly, you know, defending the Shire. Unlike my other Hobbit characters who is a burglar who is keeping more under the shadows, right? Though I did do the bounder quest with him, but like in my continuity, he didn't do that. He didn't do that, but he did encounter Machai a lot, and they did adventure. They are adventuring together a lot. See, that's the thing that I like to do a lot. If you haven't been in the channel before, or you haven't heard me speak about it before, I like to always imagine that all my characters, or really anybody that has multiple characters in the game, there's a bunch of different characters doing the quests together. Especially for a game like this that has like different starting areas and different starting stories for everyone. Or for different races. Rather than just one chosen one protagonist doing everything, it's actually a party of people that sometimes do these tasks together and sometimes split the tasks that they're doing with each other. Sometimes they separate, sometimes they continue partying together. And thus, every time you have these things that are like a dungeon that needs a party, a quest that needs a party to do, a quest that needs a raid to do, it's all of them going together. So they all start in separate places, for the most part, right? All 11 characters, because it's one for each class, Or maybe all 6, 7 characters. How many races are there now? 7? It's 7 races, right? Hold on, let me recalculate that. It's Hobbit, Dwarf, Elf, Man, Beorning, High Elf, and Stout Axe Dwarf. Yeah, that's 7 races. Or 7 characters each for one for each race, right? They all start in different places, but their stories converge at one point. It's one of my most favorite kinds of storytelling. In lack of a better term, because I haven't been able to come up with a good name for this. There's some names that they have in TV tropes for that. It's the best thing I've been able to find, but they're still kind of a mouthful. So what I call it is converged storytelling, which doesn't fully tell you what it's about, but still, it's better than nothing. So yes, converged storytelling. Games that already exist that do that, for example. Many Sonic games are always the first examples I give. Sonic Adventure 1, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, Sonic 2006, Sonic Forces maybe, Sonic Generations to an extent, and then other games like Octopath Traveler, Live Alive, which I haven't played yet, but it definitely fits that bill. That sort of thing. It's so exciting. I've gone out of my way to look into other games and other media that may have something like that. Scarlet Nexus, for example, I mentioned it earlier because it's on sale right now on Steam. But I don't think I'm gonna be buying it right now. I might wait for the summer sale, especially since I'm not starting it anytime soon yet. And I need to keep my budget of video games a bit tight right now because I don't have that much for that kind of stuff right now. And I'm gonna spend money on that for, well, LOTRO. I need to spend it for the Shire and the Brawler class. Especially with the bonus LOTRO points they're having right now. As a matter of fact, I think today, for heaven's sake, like today, after the stream, I'm just gonna go ahead and buy it. Or, yeah, like before I forget, because the double bonus LOTRO points is up until this Sunday. And when they say May 8th is the final day, I don't know if they mean to say that May 8th is the final day you can buy them for that amount, or if May 8th is the final, or May 8th you're not able to have that anymore. But yeah, do check out the LOTRO store, everyone, if you're interested in getting LOTRO points, because right now there's a really good sale for them. And with the Fate of Gundabad, Brawler, and all of that stuff being finally available for LOTRO points, it's a really good time to be buying that. Yeah, the package I would be buying is the 1999 USD package. 1,150 LOTRO points. This gives me exactly enough to get the Shire and the Brawler class. I don't need the character slot because I do have character slots now. They also gave that. I think it came with all the things they were giving away from like the collector's editions of the other expansions. Because I had 10 character slots, which was exactly enough for all the classes before Brawler. But now I have 2 more, so I have 12. I'm gonna have 11 characters and 1 extra slot. If I ever want to do another character for who knows what, maybe if they introduce another class in the future, you never know. I fail to think of what they could come up with at this point, but I mean, Brawler came out of nowhere. They came up with Brawler. You never know what the future could hold. Maybe for the 20th anniversary, 5 years from now, they could come up with something.
Could I take a moment of your time?
And yeah, in another race for that matter, like the Stout Axe Dwarves. That was an unexpected thing. High Elves were unexpected. When I first came into the game, the Beorning class was brand new. Beorning class and race, they're both a class and a race. The workers in the quarry broke through into the hidden chamber and released a swarm of spiders. I've never seen such monstrous creatures, and the beasts have taken over the whole quarry. I'm worried that the spiders might come out of the quarry and start spinning their webs and scary itself. If there's anything you can do to remove the spiders from the quarry, it would be a great help. I don't want my home to become a spider's web. How would I get to the market? I like that. That's the way she expresses it.
Is there something I can do for you?
As if that was the biggest concern if you had like giant spider webs all across the town. This isn't an easy time to be overseer of this quarry. Looks like it.
What do you need?
Lobelia Sackbill Baggins has heard tell of goblins out in these parts? There have been a few sightings, it's true, My sister is convinced that she's, well, it's embarrassing. I suppose I can trust you, though.
Might I speak with you a moment?
My sister Pansy is a good sort, but she can be rather excitable. When she gets an idea in her head, it stays there, no matter how silly it might be, and before you know it, she's convinced half the Shire that it's true. She saw something out in the green fields the other day, and she thinks, well, maybe you'd better talk to her about it. Fox has seen goblins on the edges of the Shire, but this... Try and talk some sense into her for me, will you? You'll find her wandering around the town square here in Scary, staring the folk, I shouldn't wonder. What did she see? A walking tree? An orc? Quarrying is mighty hungry work.
Just a moment.
Ah, so she talked you into delivering me lunch, did she? That gamer of mine is a resourceful one. It's good that she sent you up here, though, even if it was for something as small as bringing me lunch. There's been a lot of trouble lately in these parts. I'm here to help. I'm here to help, my friend. I'll talk to this person, though. I'll talk to Pansy. Lots of strange things going on in the Shire these days, that's for sure. Let me use my mathums before I forget. And did I want to equip this? Yes, I did. Sheriff's leggings, okay. Good, good, good. I should start looking more like a sheriff, you know? If I am such an important bounder, after all, it should look very much like the Sharings. This is meant to be my bounder outfit. It's still kind of a work in progress, but it's good enough. It's good enough. Not all the pieces kind of match with each other, but I definitely look like a bounder, especially because of the hat.
What do you need?
One thing I really like to do is that every time I get to a new zone with a character, I like to change their outfit. Like it's a new season in the Lord of the Rings anime. I love it when whenever there's a new season in an anime, not just animes, but other things, right? They change the outfit of the characters. Doesn't have to be done every single time. It would kind of be boring, actually, if they did it every single time. But I love it when it happens. For example, take a look at, like, Joey Wheeler, Katsuya Jonochi in Yu-Gi-Oh!, Seto Kaiba. The way they change their outfit from the Duelist Kingdom arc to the Battle City arc, that's really nice. Especially Kaiba, because he found the outfit that fit him the best, and he had that outfit like permanently afterward. But those sorts of changes, I think my Valentine Kujakumai also changed her outfit from the Battle City arc to the next one that was the Doma Orichalcos arc, to like a darker, edgier version of the outfit she wore. She looked great. So that's the sort of thing I do, so I like changing the outfits here. So yes, it would be even more fitting with Matcha because she's a bounder, but then now that she gets out of the Shire, she's not gonna be wearing the bounder uniform anymore. She's gonna be in a different armor. Like, for example, I think when I got with Moria with Bolston, my dwarf hunter, my main character, he was wearing a Moria-based outfit that I redeemed for Marks with the skirmish trainers. The skirmish, well, not the skirmish trainers, but the people in the skirmish encampments. I forget the names. But there's one for cosmetics, and there's one that is like based on a Moria set. And I got that for Bolston, so yeah. I think I did the same with Alterborn, who is currently in Moria, actually. Alterborn is my main guardian, my first character. Not my main, but he was my first character ever. Hello there! There's something terrible happening in the Shire, and you need to do something about it before it's too late. I was walking on the green fields and looking for flowers when I saw a squat little man off in the distance. He was carrying a spear, and believe me when I tell you that he was a goblin. All of a sudden he dropped to the ground, and it looked to me like he was reaching into a hole of some kind. A rabbit hole, most likely. I was so scared I ran back here and told my brother what I saw, but I don't think he believed me. The green fields are out northwest of here. Maybe you all go look in those rabbit holes yourself. Don't know what he was looking for, but it can't be good for the Shire. Why is this so difficult to believe for her brother? Like, it's just a goblin, like everybody else was saying. Oh, this is the pie quest, no doubt. So let's do it right now.
Might I have a word with you?
What are you doing about? Don't be wanting a piece of my pie. That's from Holy Hornblower in Hobbiton, and those pies are hard to come by. Be off now. Eh? What was that about the berries? That Holly? She should be checking her berries before she puts them in her pies. Here, take this horrid thing away and bring it back to Holly. Her home is north of Hobbiton Center. And tell her I'll be wanting a fresh pie. You meet all sorts of folk. There's those that are like... There's hardly an in-between between these hobbits, eh? There's hardly an in-between with these hobbits. Like, there are those that are like very nice and they're like, oh, poor Holly, don't hurry her. She just made a genuine mistake, bless her heart. And then there's others that are like, that stupid girl, you gotta be better as a cook. You gotta be better as a cook. You gotta serve the customer better. How dare she? Get me a fresh pie immediately and give it away for free. As a matter of fact, give me an extra pie for my trouble. You either get a Bilbo Baggins or you get a Lobelia Sackville Baggins. There's no in between apparently. Okay, I will need to put this as the quest guide focus. Oh, and wait a minute. Do I still get the speed boost? No, I don't. Okay. Maybe I should have used it before and it would have triggered. Oh shoot, let's avoid the Hungry Hobbit. Or actually no. Let me see if I can use the speed boost. Hold on. Let's reset the quest. A Hungry Hobbit has smelled the pie. So I do have the run speed boost right now. If I can use it while I have the pie, that will do the trick.
Stay and have some tea.
Honestly, like, I think I would make a really great Hobbit if I lived in Middle-earth. I always said that if I were to choose to be a Middle-earth, like if I were transported isekai style into the world of Middle-earth, and I could choose what race I am, I would choose an elf, but I don't know, maybe I would prefer to be a Hobbit because I am a tea maniac, an absolute tea maniac, and you know what I also love a lot, actually? I love pies. Though I haven't delved as deeply into them as I have with tea yet, but it's something I plan to do one day. I really want to learn to bake pies, like bake good pies. You know, once upon a time I wasn't as good as like brewing teas as I am right now. I started with tea bags like a lot of people. So I would have to start like from scratch with pies because I'm not exactly a good cook myself. Like I can be a really good chef if I set my mind to it. Because the few things I know how to cook, I can do them really well. Especially because I have a heritage of my family of like amazing cooks. My great-grandfather, who I never met, I was told by my grandmother that he was a presidential chef. Like whenever the president stopped by, he would cook for the president. Or, you know, figures like that. And then my grandmother, yes, she herself is an amazing chef. Oh my gosh. And my mother too? Yes, she's amazing. Like, she also sometimes tries out new recipes and she pulls them off so well. So well. Like, she goes to a restaurant, gets something, and she's like, I'm gonna try doing this. And when she makes it, she's like not that far off from what we got in the restaurant. It's amazing. It's amazing. So yeah, she taught me an amazing way to make hot dogs. And when she's not insisting to make them for me, I make them myself. And they're pretty much the exact same way she makes them. And I'm very proud of that. There's other things like that. I just have to learn how to make it. So yeah, with pies, I've never done like a cake or a pie or anything that you have to bake for a while in an oven. So it's a really intimidating thing for me to get into, but I'd like to learn it. I'd like to try baking a pie someday. I get the feeling that first one is gonna be, it's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be maybe just awful, not that much flavor, or it's gonna be like it's gonna be like an abomination in terms of looks, but I want to try anyway. It would be great if I could learn to do it, and I don't have to spend that much money buying pies, right? Because they can be very expensive things. I don't know, like, how much are the hobbits paying for Holy Hornblower's pies? Like, she's gotta charge good money for them. Like, 1 gold per pie, that's a lot in Middle-earth. Well, that's a bit too much, but... Now, 1 gold is quite a lot, but... I wouldn't be surprised if it's like, I don't know, 300 silver per pie? Maybe something like that. Did they ever say how much each pie was in the quest? I don't know. Yes, and you can control the sweetness if you bake it yourself. That's true. That's a really good point. And well, there's also non-sweet kind of pies. I would also love to learn how to make them. Mushroom pies, meat pies, those sorts of pies as well. I'd love to do it. Just as well as I've learned to brew tea right now. Yeah, actually, it was only like a year ago that I started to really get into like Kung Fu style tea. After only doing the most basic kind of like Western style tea brewing, which is just like I'm doing right now. Like, because I can do it while I'm multitasking. If I were to go for like brewing matcha or Kung Fu, the Chinese style of brewing tea, I wouldn't be able to do that while I'm streaming because it requires more of my attention. Especially because each infusion is like a few seconds only. Like, I need to count it down and I'm not really able to stream as much while I'm doing it. Maybe if I were doing a just chatting stream, I could do that. For a future just chatting stream. But yeah. Like, when I finally like went haywire buying myself a lot of different kinds of tea last year. And yes, I've learned to sorry, I've learned to brew them very well. I think I still have a lot of room to learn, especially for Kung Fu. Does it sound similar to the word Kung Fu? That's because it means something similar in Chinese. I don't recall the meaning exactly. Somebody who knows Chinese could maybe tell me better, but it's more like, it says something like about skill. It's a skill and an art that you're always continuing to master and master and master. Like even the masters of martial arts, of Kung Fu, of whatever martial art they're practicing, right? They always have room to learn. There's always something you're learning. It's a never-ending process, and I don't mean that in a stressful way. It sounds a bit stressful when you say it like that, but yeah. I can see other people are also doing quests in here. Could it be that this is related to the festival? Maybe.
Just a moment.
Phew, the smell I could do without, but it's the cost of saltpeter I'm afraid of. Well, this'll do.
Could I take a moment of your time?
You really shouldn't have let Cam bully you into hunting those wolves for him. That's work for the sheriffs. Well, thank you for the saltpeter. Hey, I am a bounder, don't you worry about that, and I am a special bounder. Don't worry, Miss Took, don't worry. Now I need some charcoal. Please go to Overhill and talk to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒. He and some other woodcutters gather timber from Bindball Wood and sometimes cook charcoal for sale. You can find him at his home in the center of Overhill. Mind you, don't let him bully you like Cam did. Hey, it's no bullying at all. I'm happy to do this, and Cam didn't bully me at all. He was very nice about it, all things considered. No, I've seen the rude type in the Shire, and he is nowhere near that. No. Perhaps she should meet some of the sack-built Bagginses if she hasn't yet, and she'll see what a bully looks like. But yeah, talking more about the pie thing, like, it's gonna, oh, savory pies, yeah. That's another name for it. Hey, maybe we can look them up in that food stream we're gonna have. Yeah, that's something we could do. But yeah, like the more I talk about it, the more I want to persuade myself to do it. Getting all the ingredients and just starting to do it. Because, you know, these first times that I do it, the thing that makes me procrastinate on getting started with doing it is that since it's the first time I'm doing this, like ever, it would take me time. It would take me several hours to do it. Not just because you have to wait for that to bake in the oven, but also because you have to follow the instructions, you have to do it. Take your time doing it because it's like, you gotta make sure you do the instructions right, etc. The first times I did some of these tea brewing techniques, some tea recipes for like certain tea drinks, I took my time because it was the first time ever, but now I'm able to do it so intrinsically, so instinctively even. I'm still not an expert, you know. There's some people that are amazing when it comes to brewing tea Kung Fu style. Like, they don't even have to count down the seconds, because when you do it like that, you only leave the tea brewing for a few seconds, as I mentioned. Like, the first infusion, maybe 15 seconds, and you keep increasing it every time by 5 seconds. It depends on the tea and the type of infusion you want to do. It varies. It doesn't have to be exactly that. Like, you may want it to be more intense. You may want it to be less intense, etc., etc. But there are some people that are able to do it without even counting down the seconds. Oh, and also, you know what I can't do yet? I have a special teaspoon that I use most of the time when I'm getting my tea, the amount of tea that I want, right? Some people don't need a spoon for this at all. They're able to just calculate by sight how much tea is needed, so that it's not too much nor too little to get what you need. And yeah, like, yeah, that's the sort of thing, that's the level I want to reach one day. I'm I'm actually kind of close to it sometimes. Like, sometimes I kind of do it without the spoon if I need to. What's up, Adam? We are just talking about pies and tea and a future food stream. I think you would love to be there for that. We can look at bacon donuts. Yeah, as a matter of fact, the channel that I linked on Discord there, that Korean street food channel, has a lot of like highly sugary foods like that are crazy. But they're a lot of fun to see. Just, you know, line up your stomach before you see them. Otherwise, you're gonna have a bad time. We're talking about tea intensely. You know, if I didn't theme myself after stars and after dimensions and all that, I would definitely be a tea-based streamer. I'll probably be like a Mad Hatter sort of VTuber. I would have a hat all the time with some tea on it. When I finally get a live 2D model, I would have like a hat, like a bunch of different hats with different types of tea on it or something like that. You know, I would do something like that. Yeah. Maybe I could have that be like a version of my model that you could redeem for particles to make me change into that. Yeah. But that's gonna be fun for a future stream. Adam, brother, I am sorry to tell you, we are about to finish the stream though. You are reaching me close to the top of the hour. But hey, if anybody has somebody for me to raid before we get into that, let me know and we can go for them. Otherwise, I have a number of people that I can check in my networks. Yeah, actually, let's go back to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕒 and leave there. Or actually, no. We can be around here. There is a quest ring I see on the minimap, but that's just the housing broker. I'm not gonna do that quest. Did I have things to sell though? I think I did. Oh, and let's see, these rag leather trousers and these... yeah, hyacinth gauntlets. We want to be using that. Okay, now a few of the pieces fit together a little bit better. The shoulders and the gloves. So that's good. Let's stay by Postman Took. I get the feeling that... I like to think that they are always willing to welcome me to any post office after the work I did for them. I already finished the entire quest line for all the post offices. So, we were able to advance a lot through the stream today. We did a lot of the Shire, and I think since we are on the scary area now, if I recall correctly, that was getting closer to the end of the Shire content. So, I don't know, depending on how much time we have on the next stream for all we're gonna do here, we may be closer to the end. I don't think we're gonna end it on the next stream, but there's maybe 2 more streams, depending on what we do and at what pace, until we have to finish the Shire. And hopefully move on to the Yonder Shire after that. Oh, you had a problem with Twitch? Sorry to hear that. We are about to finish, actually, Adam. Sorry you caught me close to the end like that. But hey, don't go anywhere, my friends. We are gonna have a raid right now. I was talking about, ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕒𝕒𝕒? What does that mean? Is that a French word? But I was talking about how I am such a tea maniac and like... we're gonna have a future stream, which is long overdue. I should have had this idea before, in which we just look at tea videos, you know, from Made Leaf, from other tea channels, in which they show ASMR tea brewing. Maybe they show recipes. They have informative tea videos. But before that or after that, I want to have a food stream as well, where we look at all sorts of food. And oh wait, oh, Twitch is in French for you now? That's funny. That's funny. Well, that's a funny thing to have happen. Oh, ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕒 is one of my hashtags? What does that mean? My hashtags are VTuber, casual playthrough, backseating allowed, chatty, and English. It probably means chatty. No, that's not Spanish. What the hell does that mean? Huh, no, that's not Spanish. Chatty in Spanish, talkative, yeah. Chatty, talkative in Spanish would be hablador. Hablador or... yeah, this reminds me. A Spanish stream? One thing I should do someday, I guess. Oh, okay, thank you also, Piratomic. I hope I said that right. Hablador. Parlante? No, parlante wouldn't fit, but yeah. Hablador would be how you say it in Spanish, but yeah. Yeah. You know, an idea I've considered for the future is to do... if I do those language learning streams, I can have one half be for me, and for viewers who are also in it too, for learning Japanese and another half for teaching Spanish. And I can still do it through Duolingo or something like that. It looks Spanish. I was reading it with a Spanish accent because my brain is dead and I realize it's French. No, for me, definitely doesn't look like Spanish because of the morphology of the QUA. That morphology suggests something more French to me. Though, of course, it has the similarity because they're both Romance languages, right? But still not Spanish enough for me. Or it could look Portuguese. I could see it in Portuguese. Portuguese or French. Maybe Catalan, but I don't know enough about Catalan to really tell. Definitely not Italian, though. I don't see it as Italian. Yeah, it's French. Yeah. But alright. Now, with that being said, let's see who we can raid. And drop the invasion from another dimension. Thank you everybody for being here today. Whether you came from Lyron's channel, whether you came from browsing, whether you came from the Discord channel for LOTRO, whether you came from being one of my loyal superstar followers. And if you are not one yet, hit that follow button and do yourself a favor by making me live rent-free in your head. No, seriously, if you want to see more, do hit that follow. Yes, let me take a look at who I follow. Yes, it is French. Low class. I'm not sure how to pronounce it though. So who is streaming right now? Let's see. That we can raid. Well, ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒 has been around here a lot, and I feel like it's time for another raid for him. It makes perfect sense that we drop over the raid to him. He is currently in the game that I need to get into sooner than later, which is Final Fantasy XIV. Well, let's copy and paste the raid message. It has been such a lovely stream today, everyone. Tomorrow, we have a very different stream. A game that I haven't played in a while. Well, I've been playing it off the stream again, but like it's gonna be a more deep gaming session tomorrow, which is Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout. I think I'm able to not be as tilted anymore. Again, be able to play without being so tilted. Finally, when I finally play it. So yes, before we drop the raid, let me show you the schedule for the week. As you can see, still 2 streams left for this week. Check out my social media for other stuff related to that. But for now, let's raid the elven streamer, ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕒 Gaming, who is currently on Final Fantasy XIV. Copy and paste either version of the raid message if you'd like to participate. Thank you so much, everybody, for any support you showed today. You're all absolute superstars. I shall see you round.